Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, September the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room, and PJ, Green, etc. in our main room. Great. So you guys can hear me and see my screen. So, well, first of all, the market's in for a little pop here. We're up 1.71 on the SPY, so market is moving higher. There's no economic news, major stuff anyway. There's some auctions, bond auctions this morning, but nobody's talking. No big economic indicators coming out today. That I could see anyway. But anyway, the SPY is moving higher in the pre-market as we speak. So yeah, William, talking about Ally, I was looking for some news on that also to see why this is moving down. I could not see any. Yeah, I can't see any news. That's a big drop, though. That is a big drop. Down 10% now. 10% on a 273 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. So there's something amiss here. Just can't find any news on it either. Yesterday there was some news about this was after. I know this was during the day. So I guess we just have to wait and see if this has any sort of a bounce in it. For your sake, I hope it does, because I think you're long, right? So SMX, let's take a look at some of the ones that there are some earnings plays, guys. I had none on my scanner yesterday, absolutely none. There were a few earnings plays today. This is not one of them. But SMX is up so 96%. I don't see any news on this one in my headlines anyway. There might have been some news earlier, but I don't see any right now. SMX, other than the fact, of course, it's a low float, 1.1 million in the float. Yeah, so cleared up that little confusion. The BKYI, it's a $500,000 contract, not 500 million. And the high, now the 200-day moving average is at 193. It did break it briefly, got up to 215. Looking left, though, there seems to be a lot of resistance between here and, about the 227 mark. But you never know. Okay, thank you, Captain. I didn't see that for SMX. Okay, just not seeing that on my. Well, actually, let me just see here. No, just don't see that. But I'll take your word for it. See, SLXN, is it still up? Yes. SLXN is still up. Go back a little bit. It was up to 179. Actually, it's a big pullback. Other one, I don't see any news on it. No news that I can find on this one. Oracle. Oracle is an earnings play, guys. Oracle, ORCL, big one. Big one in terms of name, of course. 1.6. That's a big pop actually. 8.8% with 1.6 billion in the float. That's a big pop for Oracle. Breaking out. Is this an all-time high? And the answer is yeah. This is an all-time high for Oracle. ORCL, all-time high. Been around for a long time. BLMZ. This is from yesterday. Just a continuation. So taking out the highs of the last 2 days now. I don't see any news on this one today. There's just a whole bunch of low floaters, 1.25 million in the float. ASO is another earnings play. ASO is another earnings play. This is gap down just a little bit on earnings, only down 1.3%. So ASO is an earnings play. VRDN, not an earnings play, but this is Gamp Dump. And here's the news on it. Surge is following Thrive trial data readout. Okay, so some kind of a bio up 16%. That's a big move. 3.2 million. That's a lot of volume already. 3.2 million. 52 million in the float, so it's not low, but it's not high. And you can see right there, right at that 200-day moving average for VRDN, a little bit above it. 1608 is the VWAP. 1643 is the 200-day, so it's sitting right on it. So if it can maintain the 200-day moving average, the next high is around the 17 level. Or that's on the daily chart for VRDN. CGNT is another earnings play. CGNT, another earnings play. Up a little bit, 4.4%, 4.3%. Cheap one. I don't know if this is over a dollar yet. No. So QH, again, for those of you who don't mind playing stocks under a dollar, a pop from 31 cents got all the way up to 82 cents. It is pulled on a percentage basis. I mean, it's still up 61%, but that's a big pullback from the high. So that is QH. Low float, 4.9 million. China stock. Here's another one, a quick pop up. VRAR popped up to 127, right back down underneath a dollar. VRAR. It's actually gone negative now. There was some news on it. Yeah. All right, what the heck happened here to ALIM? This just absolutely got clobbered here, guys. This was a $5 stock down to 378 to the 200-day moving average. Something just happened. Takes legal action. So Alimera Sciences takes legal action against ANI Pharmaceuticals to force it to fulfill its contractual obligation for merger agreement. So that's the reason this is a lot of shares available, actually. Short 200,000 at Interactive Brokers. I don't want to do that right now, but that news just popped in here. So it looks like obviously they were going to be doing a merger with this ANI. You can see exactly, yeah. I mean, you can see, look how it's flatlined for many, many days here, probably even weeks. Yeah, so obviously there was a merger agreement that was supposed to happen, or a merger was supposed to happen. This is back, you see, it's June 20, that's the week of June 24th. And you can see how ALIM has flatlined, and now obviously ANI is backed out. Now, normally there is a breakup clause of some sort, where the company who is backing out owes the company that was to be acquired a bunch of money. Now, I don't see that here. I don't know if that was part of the deal, but anyway, That's why ALIM is taking legal action against these guys. And that's why there's a classic, guys. The deal's not done until it's done. I mean, look how long this was. That's back in June. And, for all intents and purposes, you would have thought this was a done deal. And now all of a sudden this has happened. And I can attest to that. I was in one of these many, 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 many years ago. The same sort of thing. So there you go. Now you guys are talking about northeast NNE again. So that must be the SM. You're talking about SMX and NNE. Well, SMX is not the same as. Sorry, I'm mixing them up. I'm sorry, I'm mixing them up. There's another one, SMR. It was SMR I was thinking of. Yeah, so NNE. So what is SMR moving at the same time? So NNE is moving. That's why they're selected for your inclusion into the Russell 3000 index effective September 3rd to 23rd. That is for NNE. That's the reason the move for NNE. See if SMR is moving at all in sympathy, though it has nothing to do with. There's no news like that for SMR, but let's just see. Well, it is moving. Ah, well, I don't know, retired. Weren't that many though yesterday, were there? Retired asking me what stock do we think will be the first halt of the day? All right, guys. Well, the market had a ripping day yesterday. Dow was up huge. Nas was up. So let's take a look at the major sectors. See how close the three of them, the XLE, XRT, and XLK, how close are they now to the 200-day moving average? Because they were all below. All right, guys. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, and 85% in green means 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. And so when we look around, don't see anything, just looking for any sort of an outlier, some stock that is really moving counter to its sector with some volume. I don't see anything. What's this ACWX? One share. Okay. Well, there's natural gas. I know a lot of you play this one, UNG. Now look at this. What a pop for natural gas, UNG. Okay, so after yesterday's big day, let's see how close XLE now is to the 200-day moving average. Still below. There's the 200-day moving. Now, I didn't think it would get back up to it, but so XLE is still below that green line on the daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Still below. XLK might have come close. Yeah, look at that. So close right at it, right on the 200-day moving average. So there's XLK, the green line again, the 200-day moving average. And the other one that was down was retail, XRT. See if how close XRT after. Yeah, so XRT is sort of the same as XLK, getting closer to that 200-day moving average again, but still below. So the three of them are still, well, XLE is still quite a bit below the 200-day moving average, and XRT and XLE are right around it. So we'll see if we have another good day today, which might pop them. Excuse me, might pop them over. Regina in our YouTube room for WA. Wow, look at Siri. Really? What happened with Siri? Siri, all of a sudden, guys. Okay, there's something weird going on with Siri that I cannot explain. Looks like a dividend of some sort. Now it says stock $1.16 billion stock repurchase. Oh, they just did a reverse split. I think. I think that's a reverse split, guys. Yeah, that's a reverse split. If I multiply that price by 10, you get it up here. So our provider has not adjusted for that. So it is not at 863%. Okay. Let me just let our guys know. Ugh. Okay, guys, and just let our guys see if we can make an adjustment because that is obviously that's going to show up looking like it's up 861% when it is not. Okay, Regina, WHLR. Let's take a look. I know I saw it here somewhere. There it is. It's up 13%. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's going to move today, of course. I mean, it's been a crazy one for the last little while. Friday, I got up to 1254. Yesterday, I got up to 877. I mean, it's up 12%. A lot of volume still. So there's still a lot of people looking at this one. But, whether it takes out yesterday's high or not, I have no idea. Low float, of course. Okay, I'm going to have to get rid of this. I'll see. This is going to show up on my when I load my layout that I use when the market opens. So I will get rid of this. INMD, just popping up. Yeah, look at INMD now going. I think somebody might have mentioned that one also. INMD, not a lot of volume yet, up 6.8%. When you look left, looks like there could be some resistance not that far away, looking at the daily chart. Morning, Ashok, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here that I hadn't? ASNS. Let's take a look at this one. A lot of volume. Look at the volume. It's already traded. The float, 6 million have traded. The float is 5.7 million for ASNS. Trading higher after the company announced that it received a new order for a major aerial transportation agency. Okay, so that's the news for ASNS. Yeah, NNE is just again the news joining the Russell 3000 index effective September 23rd, I think. Yeah, September 23rd. So a couple of weeks from now. Looking at the weekly chart for NNE, the next high is around 1040. Sorry, not 1020. 1020 is the next high. Looking left. SPY is still lifting, guys. And a beautiful move from 546 up to 548 so far. Just a straight lift up. All right, guys. See, this is ALIM. Well, it's kind of one-sided, William. ALIM. So there's the bounce. William. This was a William special, as PJ said. I don't know if you took it. So Ally. Still no news on this one that I can see regarding Ally, ALLY. Well, whatever they're saying, William, obviously, whatever they're saying, the market's not liking it. And that's Ally. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this layout and get the layout that I use once this market opens. All right, guys. So, okay, I see Siri is gone. So maybe they've made the adjustment. Let me take a look at Siri now. No, they haven't made the adjustment. Interesting that it's not showing up here, though. That's good. I'm glad it isn't. All right. Well, the BKYI guys, so you can see where it is. It's right at that 200-day moving average. My issue would be maybe there's too much resistance between the current price and what you look left on a weekly chart. Possible to get up to 215. I'll put an alert. I will put an alert there. But like the last little while, guys, I'm concentrating way more on the large cap gainers. Okay. Not that I won't look at any of these low floaters, but I'm definitely going to concentrate, especially at the beginning of the day, the large cap gainers. Once this race starts, and you should see some pretty decent ones with the market doing what it's doing. My thoughts on Oracle. It's an all-time high, Peter. That's my only. I had no idea this was all-time high, but it's an earnings play. This is from Peter in our YouTube room. So I mean, it's holding its gap. It's an all-time high right now. Morning, George, in our YouTube room. Oracle released earnings after hours yesterday, and it's held the gap. Well, the problem with Siri right now is that our provider has not adjusted for the 1 for 10 for reverse split. So it's really not up 840%. Okay. That's the issue. They did a 1 for 10 reverse split, I guess, effective today. And you can see, I mean, they're closed yesterday around 250 and multiply that by 10. I can do some quick math. You get up to 25. So this has not been adjusted for the reverse split. They have announced a $1.16 billion stock repurchase program. Speaking of Siri, that's what I'm listening to right now, Sirius XM. All right, guys, we've got less than a minute to this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, typically I don't trade in the first 15. I may make an exception if I see some kind of a large gapper, a gapper on the large cap gainers in the race. Thank you, William. Yes. All right, guys, we are now open. So there's the Viridian, VRDN. And you can see there are only a couple that are making it. Passing all the filters that I got in this one. Take a look at this one. This is remember now the difference, the big difference. I have a float, minimum float of 50 million and half a billion in the market cap minimum. This I don't have those. That's why you're going to see a lot more in here. Plus bigger percentage moves typically. DraftKings, DKNG, yeah, big already a big pop for DraftKings, DKNG. From yesterday, turn TERN above. It's above yesterday's high, yes, or close, sorry. Not above the high. Almost though. 10:06 is the high. It's at 10:04. That's the high of yesterday, TERN, and just popping above it now. And I'm looking left. I don't know where the next high on the weekly chart is. Probably have to back that out a bit, but it is early. The turn is on the move, TERN. Wow, on the move for sure. Target raised to $20 from 15 by JMP Securities. That's a price target. Doesn't ever have to get there, of course. But okay, guys, BKYI, over two again. Challenging that 215 was the pre-market high for BKYI. Remember, it's a very low float. You take this one. There it goes, guys, 215. I think I had Summit on my list. I didn't have it on my list, but I should have. But look at this, SMMT. Yeah, it was on my list because it popped up pre-market up to $20, and then it came right back down, and now it's doing it can't hold 20. This was a big one from yesterday, of course. A lot of news on it, but really starting to give it up now. SMMT. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I don't want to see Siri all day. Give me a moment, guys. All right, there's the WHLR. Did it to take out yesterday's high yet? Not yet. So it's very close. Well, not that close actually, but a dollar away. I'll stick a price alert up on that area for WHLR. So this BLMZ with no news that I can see today. The news was on Friday, of course. I think ASO is trying to come back, guys. ASO is an earnings play and it's trying to come back. Actually, was this down? Yeah, this is a gap down actually, pre-market. But look at this pop back up. Wow. Man, I don't know how much volume there was down here, but 47. I got down to about 47 in the pre-market and popping right back up to 55. Now, will that last? Again, this is an earnings play, ASO. So the market, so there's a little disconnect in the market. The Dow is down, Nasdaq's up. A little bit of a disconnect between the growth versus value stocks, so called. Well, there's the BKYI guys. If it could continue, the next high is 243 or 245 or so on the weekly chart, I believe. 243, 225. 225 is the next high, so it gets through that. The next high would be 243. It's only trading 15,877 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. Look at the volume, 28 million. All right, guys, INMD may be an important level here, or maybe not. Yeah, I mean, looking at the weekly chart, the next high, I mean, it's 1743. We're at 17 right now. I wish that weren't there. I wish the next high were more up here around 1864. It may not matter, but I'm just seeing, and they have announced a buyback program of up to 7.68 million shares. Now, remember, when they say that, doesn't mean they're going to buy back 7.68 million shares. It's up to, so it could be one share, it could be seven. I'm not. I'm kind of kidding, but well, there is your next high on the daily and the weekly chart for INMD, 1744. All right, guys. So I am going to continue to watch this VRDN 1621. I'm going to, in fact, that's where it got to, didn't it? It got to, up to 1635. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert around that 1627 mark and see if it takes it out later on. That's the VRDN. Because if it does, when you look left on the weekly chart, look at all the room it's got, 1836. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but we won't have to worry. But look at that. Yeah, the 200-day moving average is right above it, 1643. So that I kind of blocked that already. Got up to 1635, and the 200-day moving average is at 1643. So that is potentially acting as the big block, big resistance area. Again, Siri is not up like this, but the big one from yesterday, also, guys. Well, big one. It was a pretty good one from yesterday. FBLG. It has crawled off the bottom here. I mean, not that long ago, this was a dollar, and so it's tripled. Yeah, back a little over less than a month ago, August 16th. This was a $1 stock, $3 now, and it still has some room on the weekly chart. 490. Wow, and it's probably a low float. Actually, it's not crazy low. It's 35 million in the float. That's not crazy low, not high, of course, but it is not a low float. And they're going to be presenting at the HC Wainwright 26th Annual Global Investment Conference. This is on so it's between the 9th and the 11th, so maybe they're presenting today. So you can see right off the bat, there are very few stocks that are meeting the filter requirements that have gapped up from the open or from the start of the race, I should say. Well, that FBLG just exploded, guys. Just exploded. So again, the next high is getting closer. 374, 375 or so is the next high in the daily chart. Okay, market a little bit choppy to start. Anybody find any news with Ally, ALLY? Still don't see any news that would cause this big drop. I mean, that's a big drop. I mean, that's a huge float. Well, 273 million in the float to be down 15%. That is a big move. We're speaking. That's right. Sorry, William, you mentioned that they were speaking at the conference. So, man, whatever they said. Normally, when you speak at a conference, usually when you're, we're going to try to paint the rosiest picture possible. But I don't know what they said. I don't know what the conference was either. But so looking left on the, I have to go to a monthly chart maybe and see where the next low is. So on a monthly chart, the next low is around 31.59, so a couple of dollars away. That's for Ally, ALLY. Yeah, I'm seeing DS. This is on my momentum scanner on my other page here on the other monitor, DSGN popping up here. So another one. These are all about participations in different conferences. So this one in the 2024 Cantor Global Healthcare Conference, and they're going to be presenting, I guess, on the 19th. So not till next week. Oracle is killing it, according to William. Let's see if it lifted off the pre-market highs. And the answer is yes. Wow, what a move. No kidding. All-time high, Oracle, earnings play. Big move. 1.6 billion in the float, 14%. That is a massive move. Okay, so Shady is in the SMX. 450 was the okay, so he's in this one. Let's see if it gets back up to the 455 level. You can have a little buy button right there, or a buy flag right there. So if it can take that out, then the next area, got to get through 460. I'm just looking at the 3-minute chart here. But if you look left on the daily chart, you don't look intraday so much, and you look left on the daily chart, has room to look. Wow, 588 is the next high on the daily chart. So yeah, so Oracle would have shown up here, but my my top is I think $50. I was thinking of expanding it, but I probably would still not expand it to the Oracle price range. But man, what a move, yes, for Oracle or CL. This is the China VIPS, guys. VIPS. Oh, it's got room. Look at the room it's got. 1426 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. VIPS has got some room. VIPS has got some room. Okay, when I talk about room, I'm just looking left to see where is the next high. If I can see it on the daily chart, and obviously you can see the next high is 1427. I'm not saying it's getting there. At least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Of course, this is a China stock. And there's Chewy. Let's see what Chewy is doing. 2723, 2717. Next high looking left. A little bit of room. I mean, it's got 2769. 2764 is the next high looking left for Chewy. CHWY. Funny, I don't have that, Casa. I'm gonna fire my free service. Casa saying that Barr is going to speak. One of the Fed presidents is going to speak at 10 o'clock. Which always can have an effect on the market. So CMEA, where the heck is any resistance on this one? Obviously on the daily you can't see it. On the weekly we can't see it. So let's take a look at the monthly. Just to check to see. It's not a lifetime high. I don't know where we have to go. I guess we've got to go back to 2021, September of 2021 to see the next highs, which is $26. So it's got room if you look at a monthly chart anyway. Interesting. None of that was showing up on my calendar. What if I looked at it too early? No, no. The only thing I see is 1 o'clock, $58 billion 3-year note auction, and at 2 o'clock, the Treasury buyback results. I have nothing on those guys talking. So you can see exactly where INMD got to, guys. It looks like it got right to that high over here, which is 1743. And today it got up to 1741. So that was the block. And that is why I always look left to see where a stock could go before it hits a high. Yeah, there goes VIPS a little bit, guys. It's got all that room, all that room. 14, again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1428, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. WHLR just made a high, guys, and it's just at yesterday's high, 875. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. Again, if you're going to take this one, you've got to be so you don't wander away from your computer, okay? That float is insanely low. I hope you're not short still, Great Scott. You said you. Okay, ally guys, ally. He's got the room still. I don't mind saying it now. This is an AI play from our AI, a short at 33.82. Well, turn kept going, guys. TERN mentioned this one just on that 10, right around here. Took out 10 like nothing. And on a monthly chart anyway, $13. Let me get back to a weekly chart to see where the next high is. And yeah, so 13 on the monthly chart. So this still has some room. I said there was some news on this one yesterday, I believe. Proposed $125 million proposed public offering. So they're raising a lot of money. But I think they also had some news yesterday. I just can't remember what it was. Obesity play, HIMS. Let's see what it's doing right now. Any news on this one? They filed for a mixed. So they're raising money, but the side not disclosed. They're trying to raise money. However, look at it. Look where it is. See that green line on my daily chart? That is the 200-day moving average. So that could block it, 1433. And even if you start looking left, even if it gets through that, to me, there's just too much resistance. I mean, it may just pile right through, but yeah, look at the market right back up, guys, right back up. So that was still down a bit. NAS is up. Market is right back up. Stick an alert at the high here. All right, so there is a little bit of news for COMM. Mediacom Communications deploys CommScope ad insertion solution for IP video. Okay, so there's some news for COMM. Ally, 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 guys. Seeing a lot of bit of choppy action, even from the large cap gainers. What about Rivian? What's Rivian doing? RIVN. Well, Deutsche Bank, if you're going to put a price target, how about making it a little bit higher? So they put a price target of 14 on Rivian RIVN. Big deal. Well, when you look left for Ally, on a monthly chart anyway, it still has room. At some point, will it bounce? Sure, I guess. But when you look left on a monthly chart, what did I see? I mean, it was still a lot of room. Yeah. So the next low looking left is 31.59. So a little more than $1 away from that low on the monthly chart. 31.78 to be exact. So about $1 away on the monthly chart. But it's had a little bit of a bounce now. Kind of had hopes for the CNTA, but look at this. It just dropped. Wow, WHLR now, guys. Again, if you're in this one, going to take this one. Just be awfully careful. There it goes, WHLR above, of course, yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 1244. And there's a big kaboom now. Just be careful, okay? Don't wander away from your computer if you're in this one, WHLR. Stevie. It's got nothing to do, with the price range. It's got nothing to do with how much is in the account even. It's just comfortability. All right, now IOT, this is interesting. Over 47 again. And what's the float on this one? Another big float. 2 million in the float. Sorry, 200 million in the float. FFIE, I haven't seen this one. It's probably going to show up here somewhere. No. Interesting that it's not. Not yet, anyway. And I'm surprised it's not showing up here. FFIE, it's showing up here. And FFIE, yeah, I mean, that's a big move now. And looking left, I mean, look at all the room it's got. Look at the daily chart. Look how many days, 3 days in a row, basically got up to about the 650 level and stopped. So I'm surprised this is not halted. What's the volume? Yeah, the volume is fine. I'm surprised this was not halted. Obviously, not enough movement in the period of time. Otherwise, it would have been. Ooh, I was thinking about this one. This is from RAI, guys. I was thinking about this one, but I didn't do it. CFGW, there was the alert at 26.56 before it pulled back a little bit, almost a dollar move through the 200-day moving average. I think that's what kind of was making me think twice about it. But then, no, that's wrong because it was already at the time of the alert, it was through the 200-day moving average. So WHLR, guys, now, again, be careful. I mean, this could take out 10. That's where it closed. 1018 is where it closed. I love these bar charts. I mean, exactly where I can very quickly see where something closed. Oh, 1023, that's where it closed a couple of days ago. The high was up here around 1230. Oh, here's another one from our AI. I got to pay more attention. Lays, LASE, 817, 848 now. Boy, health resumes. Nothing in it yet. Been a long time since that has happened. Another one moving guy, Rockwell. Okay, RMTI, another one that is moving. RMTI turning higher after. Now that was yesterday's news. Yesterday's news, it secured a major deal to supply dialysis products for at home and acute care. That was yesterday's news. Okay. Had a little bit of, well, had a good move yesterday. This is a continuation, I guess. Okay. Just hanging around 9 right now, IOVA hanging around 9, big float. So we had a big sell flag right up here. That was at, just before the market opened, 9:27. Till guys, TIL, this was a big one from yesterday. Also, TIL. Yeah, a big one from yesterday. Look at that move it had. The high yesterday was 23.76. So some pretty crazy action now on the SPY. We have a big bar all the way down there, but then it moved back up. So pretty crazy action right now on the SPY. Oh boy, Bread Financial, BFH. Now looking left, the next low looking left is 45. Wow, 45.80. Yeah, JK, you're probably right. This is another financial here. Another financial, BFH. Not a great spread. There's a spread right there, 48.80, not 49.11. It's not terrible for a $49 stock, especially if it's going to move 50, 60 cents or a dollar. Boy, this is I'd love to take this one. All right, guys. I actually tried to get a mid fill on that one. Moving. It wouldn't give it to me. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, I'm going to sort of keep an eye on this BFH. It's hanging around the 49 level now. The spread has tightened a bit, but it's only because of all this room here, guys. I mean, 45.50 is the next low looking left. So it's got all that room. Okay, so ASO has had a very choppy day, guys. I mean, in the pre-market, it got down. I have no idea how much volume that was, but $47, and then it moved all the way back up to 55, and now it's starting to drop somewhat. This is an earnings play, okay? ASO is an earnings play. Now the SPY, wow, now we're getting some wild action on the SPY now. You're right, whatever those guys are saying at that financial conference, not helping, obviously. Well, I'm tempted on this ASO on a short. I am very tempted. I want to see what did it do around 51. Well, go figure. I was really, really hoping on that BFH taking a 49 with the market moving down like it is. It's a financial, but it did not want to do that. Ah, ASO. All right, guys, I'm in the ASO. I want to see if this has any move down now. See if this is any sort of a magnet right way down here, that 46. Okay, there's the VRDN, guys. I've been waiting to see if it, wow, it got over, it hit 1627, pulled back down to 16, I guess. Been waiting to see on that one to see if it had any sort of a move. So I'm sorry, VRDN. So it had the little pop up, took out the, and then it came right back down. Boy, very whippy. Okay, got bounced out of the ASO, guys. The minute it got close to that 51 level. Had a minor profit in it at the beginning. I'm going to keep an eye on it though. All right, I got to put an alert up here. If later on this takes out 10, WHLR takes out 10. Okay, for those of you who love the really cheap ones, here's one that's moving over $1. AILE. But when you look left, look at all the. Well, I guess the next high is 120, so there is room if it got up to 120. But obviously, the big attraction, if it ever take out 182 or so, that's the AILE. Probably one will not happen today, if ever. Ah, we had a actually this is a IPO today. This an IPO? Yeah, 23 million at 620. So is it about, yes, it is. So I don't know. I don't know anything about this one. My guess is that it could be a China. So 3.3 million issued, 620 was the IPO price. So it is a way above that IPO price, and it's been halted. Let me do a quick look to see. Yeah, China. So it's a China stock, guys. So this could be a wild one today. Okay, I'm talking about, and this is sort of a fluky thing that happens with our halts resumes. If it's an IPO, about 90% of the time, it's going to show up as a resume. So it's due to open at $40 from 7.98, and I'm kidding. Okay, I mean I'm sort of kidding. I mean there's no way it's going to open at $40. Well, that is the halt at 7.98 or 7.25. No, I'm sorry, it's 7.98. We don't see the halt here. I guess it happened too quickly. Well, this is craziness. Let's see where it is going to open though. There's no way it's going to be 40. My guess is that we're eventually going to see something that's going to come back down to the 809. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is a hot price. Don't see it here, but this is uh, XCH. And this column is supposed to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. I mean, there's no way it's going to open at 40. Okay, there we go. See, I got rid of that 40. So now this is a little more realistic as to where it could open. So when I say there's some enthusiasm, anytime a stock, it's priced at 620. So it opened way above 620. Well, not way above, but it opened above and it ran before it got halted. So there is some enthusiasm for this one. If it is a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 10:25 plus 21 seconds. So in about little more than a minute from now, if this is going to be a 5 minute halt. Okay, I just want to see, if this somehow moves down below 798 and it pops through 798 again. That's sometimes where I'll take one of these, but doesn't look like it's going to. Okay, guys, in 20 seconds or less than 20 seconds, this could open. And now we're looking at a projected open in the 852 mark right there. And that is for the XCH. And that was pretty anticlimactic. The reason being is that now it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay, a 10-minute halt. Usually they're 5 minute halts, but if not a 5 minute halt, usually they're multiples of 10. So this may not now open until 10:30 plus 21 seconds. It's too bad. I mean, that 200-day moving average is the problem right now with VRDN. I really, really liked it, but a 200-day moving average could stall it, and that's at 1644. All right, guys. Wow, 10 almost 10:30 already. So, you know what that means. I'm going to have to go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm sharing. I want to kind of get through this relatively quickly because I do want to see what this is going to open at. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You want to take out a subscription, you can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off. First month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Please use my code, whatever the code is on my homepage. That'll help to keep the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one, download and install. Second, for startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, two key elements of Trade Ideas. Okay. You must do that first. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Okay, this is a free series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. To getting started again, more detail, much more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I use two races. I'm sharing two races that I toggle back and forth. Here's how you can create your own race. I like to put price alerts on charts. And if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, there's a lot more in this guide. You don't have to learn everything. So as I said, daily Michael Noss will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. This is what we call the daily support session. Between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And again, one of the other traders takes over for me. And today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I do take my break. Last, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you clicked on my homepage link, here they are. Middle section, here are the scans that I am sharing. These two races here, uh, biggest gainers from the start of the race and the large cap gainers from, I don't know why I'll rename this again from the start of the race. Okay, these are the two races that I'm displaying. There's another race that I'm not displaying, but you can have it. It's the large cap losers. Probably would have been a good idea maybe today. Here's the halts resumes over here. Relative strength leaders is right here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. So these are the ones that I'm displaying, but I'm also sharing other scans that you can take a look at, okay? Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So first of all, welcome if you're new. You can ask me questions all day long. And this is why we have a stop. I could have got very stubborn about the ASO. You know, I took it just underneath 51 on the short. And look at it now, right back up to 54. And that's why you have a stop. Okay, it's going to open. Wow, it still hasn't opened. This is still not open yet, guys. XCH is not opened yet. And now it's over a 10-minute halt. So now might be a 15-minute halt. Nope, it just opened. It just opened, guys. Wow. And it could get halted immediately. I think it's going to get halted immediately. How can I tell? Because this is stuck at 988, 989. No way. There you go. There's your halt. What I say, no way. There's no way for an active stock to have a bid ask at a penny and not moving. So that's usually the clue that it's going to get that's where it's halted. Unfortunately, I could not get it. I mean, look at ASO. I mean, what a whippy day it's had. Back to being positive again. Market is jumping a bit now again. Okay, guys, let me go through my little spiel now. Disappointed about but I could not get an entry on this one, the XCH, but we'll see what happens later. So let me demonstrate what Traded is all about by using my momentum scan here. So we are a real-time alert machine, okay? That's what we're really, really good at, real-time alerts. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of insinuate that they're real-time alerting. I don't believe they are. We certainly are, though, and we do screen, of course. This is the screening aspect of this alert window. So if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume look at that VRDN now. Hmm. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is this: if there it is, if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing VRDN. I could expand this. Just give me a moment. I want to expand this. So we have to see the seconds. Here we go. So again, that's why we're seeing VRDN over and over again as it made new high after new high after new high without me. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. This is the one that's on my home page. But if you do want to make any changes, maybe you don't like the price range, there's something else you don't like, if you want to add in a filter, go ahead. Okay, this is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. There's the ASO. Again, why I have a stop and why I obey my stop. Okay, I got really stubborn. I'd be down about $6 now on this one. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'm going to click on search this time. Right at the very top here, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, all these icons, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling, see these icons, these are the filters that we've got, okay? Now, please, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, man, this is way too hard, way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company had to create all these different real-time alerts and all of those filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? That's the only reason there's so many. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, all I use, the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of those filters. Like to have a price range I like to see, a minimum volume, that filter that shows me the time of day, the relative volume, how much it's traded on average. Give me a moment, just me one moment, guys. Okay, sorry. So yeah, our relative volume filter that looks at this, that's trading 10 times normal up to this time of day. That's what that relative volume means right there, and that's for the ASO as an example. Okay. Okay. The races. So I am displaying a couple of races. Okay. I mean, I love this one. I loved it. Is it right from the beginning of the day? I loved it. I didn't love the fact that the 200-day was there. And so when if you go into the YouTube room between 12 and 1, when Michael Noss takes over for me, you're gonna hear him talk about having a trading plan. Well, part of my trading plan is not taking stocks that are very close to the 200-day moving average, okay? Because I feel that that could block it. Well, it didn't in this case, okay? But that doesn't mean next time I see something close to the 200-day, I'm just going to remember this one and think, okay, the last time I saw this, the stock went right through it. No, yeah, BKYI, I saw it right here on the momentum scan, and it's halted now. Yes. Okay, guys, I just got a text from a recruiter who wants me to work for them desperately. So in about a minute, that's the last you're going to hear of me, guys. I have to take this job. What do you mean, laugh out loud? I'm taking it. Goodbye. I love these random texts that you get. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. I mean, I'm just kidding. In case you don't know. This is part of the. Okay, let me. The question is, what are these colored waves? All right, so this is part of this, which you've had for a while. If I knew, where are you here? The Ripsters, okay? So this Ripster channel has been around for quite a while, okay? And that's what it's all about. Is if I click on the Ripster channel, you're going to see the clouds, okay? So that's what you're seeing here. Now, the wrinkle is if you want to see these little buy and sell flags, then you've got to do this. If you, first of all, you've got to be on one of the latest betas, okay? I want to say you've got to be on at least 0.95. So if you click on help and about, help and about, help and about, check to see what you're on. I'm on a development version, but you should be on 5.6.95, okay? Then you have to right click on your chart and make sure you're using the browser interface. Use browser interface. Once you do that, you should then next step. I know there are a few steps here, but this is user defined. Not everybody wants this, so that's why we're not going to just have it load automatically. The next step is to find the FX. Okay, if you see the FX, one of the options in this list. So if you click on FX and then you click on Trade Wave, when you click on Trade Wave, all this should be presented. You'll get the little flags. You'll get the colors as you call them. Okay. I don't know if there's a video yet on this. If you click on the channel though, if you click on the Ripster channel, there's a video. Okay. If you click on the Ripster channel, there is a video, and I think it launches immediately because I heard Michael's voice. Okay. Yeah. So there is a video that Michael has, and that is to do with the Ripster channel. Okay. Ripster. Okay, click on new, dock channel bar, Ripster. This channel has been here for quite a while. Ripster, rippers, okay? Ripster. I know you're kidding now. Alex Trebek from Sudbury, Ontario. Um, so on the momentum scan, no. Now you could, now, no, you can't run this in the pre-market. The reason why is that one of the filters I've got, now you could take out the filter. One of the filters I've got is the current volume has to be at least 3. When you're using the relative volume as a filter, then that's going to block any data coming in the pre-market. So you could take this out, I suppose. You could take that filter out. In other words, when I say out, you could just delete it. And then and then you could use the pre-market high, okay, the pre-market high as your trigger, okay, pre-market high. But the thing is the scan that I use in the pre-market, well, it's not a scan so much as a top list, right? I have that top list. That's showing me all the stocks that are really running. And then you can find that on my homepage. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Man, oh man, it's almost gone up to $11. Well, believe it or not, I'm putting an alert up here. If this takes this out, oh, wrong alert. I'm going to move it up. If this takes this out, $11, takes it out later on in the day, that might get me interested. And this is for the XCH. Okay, the races. Let me get back to the races, guys. So these are the two races that I'm displaying. Take a look at this one right here, okay? The biggest gainers from the start of the race. Let's see if I can rename this. The problem is it may not be able to see the entire. Okay, I do see it. Okay, I'm going to save it. Okay, we're getting back to this one. Okay, so the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So what this means is I'm running 4-minute races, and again, you can customize the race exactly what you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the guide, and then you'll see there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, number one. Now, what does that 2.4% mean? Since the start of the race, which is not quite 3 minutes ago, this stock, AILE, has moved the most, 2.4%. Not a big move, it's only 2 cents. But sometimes in this race, you'll see some big percentage moves. The WHLR moved 12 cents, which is 1.59% since the race started. Notice that there is okay, there's the XCH, 2.62% now since the race started. Notice that there is automatically a top 10 list that is created for you. And what does it mean? These are the stocks that have won the most races. So you can see the stock that has won the most races has been BKYI. It has won 5 races, WHLR 4 races, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list created for you automatically. So this is something you can focus on then. Just 10 stocks you want to focus on. Okay. Here's the BMR, 3%. Now, excuse me, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on an alert. In fact, I would click on anything you see here. You know, if you start to see something moving up, or just click on anything you see here to see what's happening. Take a look at the TERN. You know, this could be setting up if it takes out maybe this level here. The other way to use this, and you can see BMR won the last race, so now there is a top 10 list for you. Now this list could change. Okay, there's a bunch of stocks that won only one race. You know, another stock wins a couple of races, it'll bump one of these off. But the other way in which you can use this is if you're into pullback plays. So look at Lays as an example, LASE. Just click on any alert you see here and see what it's doing. You know, if you're a bit of a pullback player, for instance, Lays, here's the VWAP at 819. You know, what if it starts to move down to the VWAP? If that's your style of trading, you can take a look at that, see what it does if it moves down close to the VWAP. Sometimes the VWAP will be a support area. It'll hold and then bounce off it sometimes. Okay. Or maybe you have a moving average that you like to put on your chart. Maybe it comes into a moving average that you like. You know, there's all sorts of different ways to trade, of course. There's not one way that is, nobody's going to say, well, that's the best way. That's the only way, and that's the best way. There's all sorts of different trading styles. So that's why I'm saying you can use these. Let's take a look at DSGN. What did it do? There's the VWAP 644. So you can see right now that it's just sitting underneath the VWAP. What if it got over the VWAP again and moved? That is possible. Meanwhile, BKYI came out of the alert or out of the halt and really popped. So that is kind of in a nutshell, you know, how you can use this. And here's Lunar. I know people were talking about Lunar earlier in the day. Let's see what it's doing. I mean, look at this. I mean, you look left, it may stall here though. 603 is the next high looking left. You know, that's why, you know, click on the alerts and see what you see. Understand what the charts are trying to tell you. So if you're looking at this for the first time, your question really should be right now, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? Well, if I right click on the race and I click on open top list, all races start from a top list window that is totally customizable. Okay. So if I right click on this top list window, notice there's an option to launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So that's what I mean. Every race starts off from a top list window that you can create yourself, or you can use mine. But if I right click on this, click on the configure, this is going to tell me what this top list window is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll appear on this list, in this list of stocks. And you can see there's a big list of stocks that meet those filter requirements. Okay. Now, before we had races, how a person would use a top list window is classic question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Rank them. So right now this is erroneous because Siri has not been adjusted for the reverse split, unfortunately. So this is not up 831%. But so let's take a look at BKYI. It's up 170%. AILA 61%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most since their opening trade of the day, as long as I have a column header, that is a column header, then I can sort on it just by double left clicking. So there's the BKYI, up 44% since its opening trades of the day. Oh yeah, you can have multiple race windows open at one time, Eric. I just choose not to. I could take this out of this and have it running on its own so you can see it. I just choose not to. So that's great. You can see these stocks, and you know maybe that's what you want to see, and that's fine. But what the race does, it doesn't care. Number one, if a stock is near the high or rank near the high of the change from the close of yesterday or the change from the open today. He doesn't really care. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock has moved the most in its entire list of stocks. Okay, that's all it cares about. So right now, Siri has moved 11 cents, 0.44%. This is the large. Is this the large cap gainers? Okay, let me back to this one. So the WHLR has moved 2% again since the race started. That's all it cares about. But what if, this has been an active one earlier. What if BLMZ, okay, it's up 12% from yesterday's close? What if all of a sudden it started to really move? Up 12%, now 15%, 20%, 30% from yesterday's close. How would you possibly know that? It's a huge list of stocks. You can't possibly, you know, take a look at this list of stocks and see the one that is moving. Well, that's what the race does for you. Again, all it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started, percentage wise. Okay. So all I would have to do on this biggest gainers from the open, I would just uh, I could just take it out. Okay, I could just take it out of this, and it would be I could show it on its own. I just choose not to. That's all. Well, just like I did. Okay, I'm going to put it back, but I don't want to do that. Sorry, I don't want to see the. I just like to have. In this case, I just want to toggle back and forth. But you can of course have them open if you want. The reason because I'm really trying to concentrate more on the large cap gainers. Not a great day for them because it's been so choppy. All you'd have to do is just grab it, and then I'm not going to, but grab it and then move it. Well, sort of like that. Okay, move it. Now you don't have to do that though. You can go to my homepage. Because on my homepage, I don't have this scan like this. On my homepage, so on my homepage, and scroll down. So here are the three scans that of the three races that I've got individually. Okay, not put into like a doc like this where it's tab. So here they are. You can load them individually if you want, of course. Okay. All right. The matrix. What's the matrix doing? Interesting, guys. Maybe through the 200-day moving average, MTRX is the matrix, and through the 200-day moving average, looking left, what sort of room does it have? When you look left, 1108, a little bit of room. 1145 on the weekly chart, anyway, is the next high looking left. Okay, on the weekly chart. If there's any news on this one, well, Davidson is putting on an $18 price target for this one. It's $11 right now. Doesn't mean it's going to get to $18, but I guess that's the reason for the move. However, actually, it's an earnings play. I'm sorry, this is an earnings play. Did not see this morning. This is actually an earnings play, though. So the question in our YouTube room is, why is the market sometimes choppy in the morning, but trend nicely at the end of the day? Well, I mean, by the end of the day, I think you're meeting in the afternoon. Obviously, things have had a chance to really settle down. I mean, it's always gonna be no, the overall market doesn't necessarily have to look like this, but individual stocks can definitely be very volatile in the first hour, up, down, and then all of a sudden, they tend to rest for several hours, and then sometimes in the afternoon, they have a more what I would call a decent trend. Oh, all of them, of course, but that's why I do like trading in the afternoon. Oh man, look at this AILE. The last time I looked at it was just over $1. Wow. I sort of jokingly said, well, it's never going to get to $1.73, which is the high there. But you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put a price alert right at that level. I don't expect that it'll get it today, but what if it takes it out tomorrow? Because then you look left, look at all the room it's got, 325. Well, this matrix has definitely got me interested. The spread is great. It's only a penny, 11.14. And it's interesting because, I mean, it's not a ton of volume. 14 times normal. I would have thought the spread might be a little worse. It's a low float. I mean, 26 million, not a big float. I'm very surprised that the spread is the way it is with that float and not a ton of volume. In great relative volume, 14 times, you can just tell this does not trade very much if 385,000 shares represents 14 times normal. So you can see it does not trade very much. That's my take anyway, Shaw. I mean, others may have a different take. Man, I was really interested in this one earlier on, CNTA, but how choppy was this? All right, now the BFH. The BFH is now getting into the area that I kind of underneath 49 again. Okay, William says he'll keep the room open until 4 today. Now I have to take off a little bit even earlier today, about 2:15. Okay, I just discovered something I must do, and it requires my leaving the house, and I have to be somewhere at about 2:30, and right across the street from where I live. So I'm going to be taking off at about 2:15 today. Yeah, I'm going to see my recruiter friend. Right. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. I just want to confirm it'll be Michael. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Michael. You know, wow. I mean, look at the pullback it had. FBLG, a big move early, 348, way back down to 266. It is, right there on the transition, orange to blue. There's just too much going on for me. I did not see that one. Again, looking left, it does have still has some room. 375. What did it get at? Got up to 347 earlier. Yeah, nothing. The large cappers, not sustained moves. I mean, even look at what I was seeing. Why I was so interested in this is that over the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks since I've been running this race, I've just seen a lot of stocks that have just great solid moves all day long, and just not seeing that today. Certainly, I'm not saying there's not one, but we're seeing a lot more choppy action. I mean, Chewy's not terrible, but yeah, GME does report after hours today. Will the loss be as big or less than the analysts have estimated? That will be the issue. So this is an earnings play, guys. Mission Produce. Okay, this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Right there, you can see the 15-minute chart. Nice reaction and kind of holding. This is AVO. Now, what's the next high looking left? 13. So you can see right off the bat that 13 is there. And what did it get to today? It got to 13. So there you have it. So what I'll do is I will put an alert around 1310 and see if it takes out that high later on. Great volume, 46 times normal. It's not a low float, 43 million. Not crazy high, but certainly not a low float. But it should. But 13 is where it got blocked, up 20%. Man, here's another one, guys. I mean, AVTR. I mean, look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. $28, over $1.50 to that next high in the weekly chart. A big float, 676 million in the float. Okay, I'll make sure the roof gets open, William. But thank you. All right, let's see if any of these are having some interesting pullbacks into areas that might give us a trade. CNTA. So where's the VWAP? 1650. So it's underneath the VWAP. Let's put an alert over the VWAP. See if it takes that out later on. And how about BRDN? I know it pulled back a little bit here. Look how choppy. I mean, I love it, but look how choppy it is. I mean, if you go to a 15-minute chart, it's not as bad, but man. So look at Oracle now, guys. So Oracle, what a tremendous move it had. Is an earnings play, all-time high, but it is now starting to fade a little bit here. Okay. I mean, it's still up 11%. I mean, that is just a massive move. At one point, when it was up at 160, obviously a bigger percentage move. With 1.6 billion in the float, that is a big, big, big move. All right. Well, now, okay, CNTA is now at the VWAP, guys, right? 1650. So it's at the VWAP right now, pulling that back a little bit below it. So I had an alert set up in this area. It popped through it and pulled right back down to it. So, the converse of all this is that will the VWAP just act as resistance, giving us well, can I short this one? It is shortable. Yeah. A lot of shares available. Half a million. So that's that's the opposite way of looking at it. Will the VWAP act as resistance? Spelled start wrong. Man, here's another one with a lot of room. CRDO, CRDO. Over the 200-day moving average, the high yesterday was 25.34. So it takes that out. If it can take that out, the high over here is 27.60. So I have to put an alert here. I think that's where it got to today, right? 20 got to 25.33, and the high today is 25.34. Now, another one. I mean, basically, right where this is an IPO right now, guys. Just launched TDTH Singapore. Okay, between 5 and 7, priced at $5. Okay, so you can see the difference between now this XCH has pulled all the way back, but you can see the difference. This did not open above the IPO. It was priced between 5 and 7, but it actually now says it was priced at 5. Okay, and that is a TDTH, and only 1.8 million shares. Well, it's not over the IPO price. So as we speak, there's not a lot of enthusiasm. All right, Michael just confirmed it will be Michael today in our YouTube room. So I'll be taking my break in about 45 minutes. The FBLG, look at this. I mean, hops up to 354, goes right back down to 330. Well, where could churn go if it takes out 11? Didn't see anything on the weekly chart, so let's take a look at a monthly chart. The next high, wow, the next high looking left on a monthly chart is 13. So a little over 13. So churn has room, takes out 11. DJT. Approaching yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 1906. So getting close to yesterday's high. Takes that out somehow. The next high is around 1950 for GJT. Saw this one a few weeks ago. This BYON. Next high is 1066. Famous date in history, guys. There's 1062. I did see this one in the pre-market. Okay. What do I call it? Rubik's Cube, but RBRK is an earnings play. I can't remember if it was up or down because at this point at 31.44. NNE making new highs, guys. NNE making new highs. Boy, this so they're trying to slam this one. May have committed securities related infractions. So this law firm, I've seen this one many, many, many times. The Shaw law firm looking for people to join the class actions against some of these stocks. So on a day like today, where I'm finding, okay, eBay, okay, now guys, eBay, this is the trade of the week. I suggested maybe waiting to 60. Okay, now we're at 60. I know the trigger was 59.60, so it certainly is triggered, but it's over 60, and you can see kind of why I was looking at this one. I mean, look at the weekly chart, 3 weeks kind of at those highs. So now it is above 60. Now I would certainly want the market on my side, taking something like this. It's a large cap stock, of course, and I would want the market on my side. Doesn't have to be necessarily moving up, but at least not moving down. Though this is kind of traded on its own today. I mean, it really hasn't been affected by the overall market, has it? Look at the 15-minute chart for eBay. Or just forget about eBay and let's take a look at Turn. I mean, this is just ripping again. What did I say? I think I said 13 was the next high on the monthly chart, right? Yeah, 13 is the next high, approximately a little over 13. 1303 is the next high. No, there was actually a pretty good VWAP play. Look at this, guys. I mean, it pulled into the VWAP. VWAP. Now, I know this is a changing number, but right now it's at 1038. My guess is it's probably a little bit lower before. But let's call it 1030. So that is a stock that pulled into the VWAP. The VWAP held and it moved. So I mean, that could be a strategy. And you put your stop maybe a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, eBay again right at that 60 level. What did I say? 19 something was the next high looking left, right, for DJT. 1906. Boy, this one just made another new high. I mean, we're getting close, guys. I mean, we're getting closer and closer. I mean, $1.73. I mean, it's still 40 cents away approximately. But boy, I mean, tomorrow, who knows? Maybe this takes it out. AILE, maybe it takes that out and has like a big run. It's got a big gap to fill, potential fill. Well, guys, here's kind of that pattern that we're looking for: orange, pink, deep purple. Okay. That's for Oracle, ORCL. Okay, guys. Well, DJT now is above that high. Okay, 1906. Next high looking left is 1961. V- Veronica. I'm going to assume that's your pronunciation in our YouTube room. Um, the room, call it 9 o'clock. Okay, 9 o'clock Eastern time. That's when I get live on the mic. I start to display the screen, but with no, I don't get live on the mic. I start to display the screen at about, between 8 and quarter to 9, and then I get live on the mic at 9. Okay. And I'm just answering Veronica in our YouTube room. And I go to about, well, today I'm knocking off a little bit early, about 2:15. I usually go to, we'll say between 2:30 and quarter to 3. All times Eastern, of course. All right, next high, guys, for DJT is 1961. And you can see DJT in many scans: momentum scan, this one down here, race. I do my best on the pronunciation. And you can see this one on the 15-minute chart went orange right to blue. And we would have had, yeah, didn't get the transition on the in the 3-minute chart. All right. Well, there's your pullback now. There's your pullback. And the VWAP is 1850. So, If you didn't get it the first time, a couple things, maybe 19 holds it, or maybe it moves into the VWAP or close. Portage Biotech. I don't think I've seen this one before. PRTG. Not very much volume, 216,000 shares, 0.88. Was not even trading normally. QH. Well, QH had a big run in the pre-market and then pulled all the way back. The last time I saw it, it was sort of near the market highs. Yeah, I mean, I got it. Remember what it did in the pre-market, though. I mean, I got up to 82 cents, pulled all the way back down to 43. And now I see it did get above that pre-market high. Pretty choppy. I think it did have some news. I think I saw some news on it. I can't see it now. But I mean, crazy, crazy, crazy volume. 132 million shares, 5 million in the float, trading 800 times normal. Crazy volume. I should have been paying way more attention to this one. CVGW. This is from RAI. Look what it did, though. First of all, it came back to the alert price, but look at the VWAP 2651, basically right there. I mean, right there. There's a VWAP play right there. VWAP held it and now and popped. All right, guys, maybe another run in store for VRDN. Yeah, you can see no enthusiasm right now for this TDTH IPO out of Singapore, priced at $5. Only 1.8 million shares issued, priced at $5. But right now, underneath the IPO price. So what I'm doing is what I've done is I have put a price alert at the high of the day in case later on it takes it out. Okay. All right, guys. I'm not seeing too much right now. Well, I'm seeing a lot. I just don't like what I see. I actually thought Oracle might start to really drift down, and it looked like it might. It was at the 156 mark, but nope. It looks like it's going to go on a little bit of a run again. And this is an earnings play, Oracle or RCL, and it's an all-time high. Now, obviously, that's the all-time high, but What it does is it looks left to see where is the next high in terms of a lifetime high. And basically, this is basically an all time high now for Oracle. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So VRDN is making another attempt. I mean, 1840 is the next high looking left. Actually, I'm wrong. That red line on the chart is the next high on a daily chart. I have to scroll back and see where that is. So that is the next high on the daily chart. 17, call it 17. If it takes that out, then the next high is 1832 on the weekly chart anyway. Very choppy day in the SPY today. Very choppy day. Remember those days months ago when every day seemed to be like this? Very up, down, up, down, up, down. All right, DJT right back up. 19 held. 19 held, or that 19 area held. Yeah, it's been a little bit choppy since got over 19. A little bit choppy for GJT. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Those shorts come and go at Interactive Brokers. Right now, they've gone. So, wow, Under Armour, where are you now? Ugh. I mean, Under Armour, 619 or $6 or so, 616. Excuse me, that is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for Under Armour. Not an earnings play. Try to paint a little pretty picture on it this morning with a press release. Under Armour is restructuring to improve supply chain long-term growth. Market is not. Wow. Pre-tax restructuring expenses are anticipated to be in the range of 140, $160 million. So the next low looking left actually on the daily chart is 644. So obviously in that week, there was a low one day of 644 in that week. Oh man, I am amazed at this AILE, guys. Listen, it may do it. It may do it. I mean, it may take this out today. There's 173. I see no news on this one other than, okay, wait a minute. I do see some news. The CEO is setting the record straight. So they're probably trying to counteract some of these short sellers. It is essential to create the egregious misstatements made by the short seller. We have a long standing track record, audited financials, and have delivered significant innovation in AI for enterprise learning and work automation. Who was the short seller? Was it Panda or Hindenburg? I don't know which one it was. See if I can find out who that was. Yeah, the headline doesn't, maybe it'll see it here. Yeah, I just can't find it. But anyway, obviously, one of those short sellers wrote a scathing report on them, knocked the stuffing out of the stock. The CEO has come out and basically tried to defend it today. And that's the reason for the pop. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I actually wish I'd seen that news. I did not see that until just now. I mean, look at the move 106%. Look at the volume 35 million, 24 in the float. So it's traded the float quite one and a half times. It certainly will. Relative volume 106, trading 106 times normal. Look at that volume 35. I mean, just look left on all the daily volume bars. This is probably the day in which that short seller, whoever that was, knocked it down. Well, the volume that came in. So there's a selling volume. Look at the buying volume, though. Well, DJT again, looking left, it getting closer to that high. 1961 is the next high looking left. DJT. Careful, PJ. All right, guys. Wow, 11:43. So I've got about another 15 minutes left before I take off for an hour. Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room. If you want to find out more about what you're seeing here, these all these different colors you're seeing on my chart, the little sells, the little buys. Michael can explain a lot of that also. I'm getting no questions on it. I could explain it. I'm getting no questions on it. So ooh, look at this one now. VREX. So the high yesterday was 1118. Had a terrible day yesterday. Was it an earnings play? I don't see an earnings date on it. Now, if I can get through this, another one. I just have to put a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert around 1117 for VREX, which will be the high of yesterday. And then when you look left, look at all the room it's got, $1 to the next high. So Brian, in order to see them, yeah, you can see them on the downloadable application. Okay, you can see them, but you have to be on. So do you have? Are you using our down? I'm talking to Brian in our YouTube room. Are you using the downloadable app, not the web-based version? Are you using the app? I don't like calling it the app, but are you using the version that has file, new, tool, Windows, etc. Like what you see here? Are you using this version of Trade Ideas? Okay, all you have to do is this. If you right click on a chart, now you should be on the latest, like at least the next thing to do is click on help and about. And you should be on version at least 5.6.95. Okay. So click on help and about, check to see what version you're on. I'm on a later version, I'm on a development version, but 5.6.95 is what you should be on. Okay. And just click on help and about, and that'll tell you the version. Okay. Can you answer me on that one? Can you tell me what version you're on? The reason I ask is because their next step is take any chart you've got and right click and make sure you check use browser interface. Okay. Use browser interface. When you do that, you should have now an option that says FX. You can't see help? Maybe your toolbar is shrunk too much. I don't know how big your toolbar is, but I mean, can you not see my screen? Windows and then help? Can you not see that? If maybe it's shrunk, you have to just grab, okay? Maybe it's just shrunk too much, just grab the right-hand side and pull it, okay? Stretch it out. Because if you're using the downloadable application, I mean, it's there. And you click on help and then about. No, 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 no. I'm talking the toolbar. The toolbar. Our toolbar up here. Can you not see my screen? Can you not see my toolbar right at the top here? I've got my pointer. I'm pointing right at it. Not the dock channel bar. It has nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the toolbar. And click on help from the toolbar. One of the options right up there. Click on help and about. I'm just trying to determine what you got as a bill. That's all. And so, what do you see in the version? You should have 5.6.95. If not, you should download that one. Okay, so if you've got 5.6.95, okay, probably have to download a later one, Brian. Okay, I don't. It may work. It just before you do that. Okay, before you do that, go to a chart. Okay, go to any chart and right click on it, and then you see where it says use browser interface. Check that. Oh, you do need, okay, thank you. Okay. So you actually do need 0.95. Okay. I wasn't sure if 0.88 would work. So you do need 0.95. So you're going to have to download the latest version. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, Gary, the latest version, if you go to my homepage, I'll put that in here also. So click on my homepage link. I just put my link in. And at the top, you see where it says download. You click on download and download the beta. Okay, download the beta. Okay, and that'll get you into 0.95. And all your like everything you've done will you don't have to worry about losing all your work. So for the VREX, where did I set my alert? VREX. Well, all I'm doing, Veronica, almost called you Veronica. Veronica. It's hard to say as an English speaking person. Veronica. So all I did was I just put a alert at the hive yesterday. Okay. And to me, if it can take out that hive yesterday, see, all I do is I just keep looking left. So if I see something, so I put an alert, and then if it takes that out, because the next high looking left is about $1 away. So that will interest me if it can take out yesterday's high. If you can see my daily chart. So whatever that is, the high yesterday was 1117. Okay, guys, I better get my announcement in. Michael is going to show up in about less than 10 minutes. I'm not gone yet, of course. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, did that help regarding the VREX? Now that's just the way I trade or like to look at things. Now Michael is way more, well, I'm not a swing trader at all, so he is way more of a swing trader. Well, he is a swing trader. So when he takes over for me in our YouTube room, you can ask him about we are very different traders, very. One of the reasons is he's got other things he's got to do. He cannot sit and stare at a computer for 6 hours a day, but he'd be the first to tell you he doesn't like to do that anyway. Well, my wife's from Peru, so she has coached me for many, many years on trying to pronounce things the right way. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Fellow Canadian. I'm in Vancouver, so we are fellow Canadians. Nerds, NRDS. Is this still? Yeah, just not really doing much. Yeah, I mean DJT is super strong. I mean it's now above that little high there. 1961, all these little highs, it's just kind of taking them out. Perhaps the next high is over 20. Yeah, 2020. 2020 is the next high. Yeah, quite a few C's overseas, John. Yeah, so I'd have to say this is probably one of the best stock I've seen today in terms of trend. Since what time? Around 10:30. That's typically what I was seeing. Okay, so Brian, I'm going to be taking off. Michael will be taking over for me, but I can help right now. He might take over for me in a couple of minutes. He certainly will be able to help you. All you have to do on a chart, okay, any chart, just right click on it and check use browser interface, okay? Check that, okay? Hopefully you can see my screen. See how I've got that checked? Use browser interface. When you check that, you should have an option that says FX in this stream of you see the buy sell, and then one of the options is FX. Okay. No, go no go charts are not included in any membership. When you click on FX, okay, then one of the options is TradeWave. Click on TradeWave. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing when you click on TradeWave. Now you might have to do it a couple of times. I know, or just give it a moment for it to sort of enact. When you do that, then you're going to start to see these buy and sell buttons. Okay. So as long as you can see that FX, click on it and then click on TradeWave. Yeah, man, DJT now 20, 20, 20, 20. 2020 is the next high looking left. No problem, Ryan. Glad to have been able to help. Yeah, it does take a moment to show. Yeah, Pepe. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now in our main room is put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael when he shows up. He'll be there pretty soon. What time is it now? 11:58. So he should be there very soon. So here is the YouTube link if you want to head over and listen to Michael. That is correct. It is a $50 a month add-on. Okay, you can get the first month at 15% off using my promo code Barry15. But it is a $50 a month add-on. But as always, before you're going to take it, if you decide to take it, click on the channel and watch the 2 videos so you know what it's all about. It may not suit your trading style, but you can click on the Go No Go Charts channel, and then there's a video. Couple of videos. I think Michael did one of them or both of them. Okay, that'll explain what they're all about. And here's some text which explains what the color transitions are supposed to be telling you. Okay. So as I said to everybody, don't just take don't add it on without knowing what it's supposed to do. It works really well in a trending market, or it works a lot better in trending situations. Not so well when a stock is moving up and down, up and down. There he is. Okay, guys, Michael just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Michael Noss into our YouTube room. How are you doing today, Michael?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Not bad, not bad. Wow, I'm looking at this high now. Taking another hit. I saw your comment. Yeah, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, but if you're intraday trading, this has been a challenge, depending on what you're trying to trade, of course.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a bit of a choppy day, but yeah, for my time frame, I just look at it and I say, oh well, we're still inside this crazy day that happened Friday, so who cares?
So, Michael, let me ask you about the neutral and weighting. Okay, now the issue, no, it's not really an issue. The scan is working exactly the way it's supposed to. Obviously, I mean, it's I guess it's what, a minimum of 3 orange bars in a row. But I guess my question will be is, well, how do we use it though? I mean, so when I click on an alert, I see it. Would you be putting maybe I don't know, a price alert above and below to see if it took it out one way or the other?
Well, yeah, the idea came from your use of the orange bars to kind of denote like a change in trend, right? So your idea was, if you go from an orange bar to a deep colored bar very quickly, right? The idea being you went from a neutral trend into a strong trend in kind of a rapid way. So a way, to kind of quantify a breakout, right? Or a fast change in trend. So
Right.
my idea with that is like saying, well, okay, well, instead of waiting for the color change, which in some respects helps you out significantly because you're not you're doing less work, right? The thing's already done the thing before you take the trade, and then combine that and saying, well, what happens if we just wait, right? So for example, this step, right?
Step, yes.
You can see now it's on here twice, and it will kind of stay on here, and it will repeat until it's no longer a bar. So you can see just by looking at it, both Step and SLXN are going to be on here for a bunch of bars. So the idea just being, it's just a way to denote, hey, this thing is kind of range bound. So yeah, I would look at this and say, hey, if this turns back down, maybe that's a good place to take a short. But it'd be a way to kind of preemptively look at the thing that you're watching.
I guess I guess what I'd have to do is literally though put a price alert above and below because you still don't know what direction it's going to go. Okay, so
Right.
you don't know if it's gonna be a long or a short based on what we're seeing right now. And now, when I look at Step, it looks like it should be, in theory, looks like it could be a long, just based on the fact that it's been moving higher for a little bit of time. But yeah, so I'm just trying to get my head around, how would I, in effect, how would I use it? Like, how would I use it?
Just the
And
same way as a topless, right? So another way to do it is you can actually, I don't know if you know this, but you can turn these into tree maps the same way. So this would just now be a tree map of stocks that are putting in multiple orange bars. So yeah, no different. That's the idea anyway, is that you would treat this the exact same as you would treat a top list.
Okay, cool. I have,
But yeah,
you know,
but again, we can do right. This is just the first iteration while we test. So if you want it to be more of an alert window, we can do that. It's just going to then display things that that met that criteria at some point. So you may click on something and it may be it might currently be a different colored bar. You just kind of have to trust that because it was in there at some point it was, right? You know what I mean? At some point it met the criteria of being 2 orange bars, right? Because it would show up, and then if I can keep it there, and it would be more like an alert window, even though there may only be, you may only see 1 bar at the time.
Right. So what is the min? Is it 2 or 3 orange bars on the 3-minute? What's the min?
3, I believe. Greater than 2. Right?
Greater than 2. Okay.
So again, yeah, that's so anything over 3. So, and again, that's very easy to update. All this stuff is very easy to update.
Sure.
I just kind of push this out, and then you play with it for a bit, and you give me your feedback, and we see where we go from there.
Okay, Michael, I got some things to do, so I'll take off now,
Cool.
and we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as always, give Barry some much needed time off to take care of some things, and opening up the room to some live Q&A. So as always, make sure you're asking whatever questions come about, any ideas you have about or questions you have about the software. This is something again that I think is super cool that we do over at Trade Ideas that we don't really see in a lot of places, where we have this live stream going at all times to kind of help us, or to help our users make sure they're they're able to kind of understand what's going on, right? There's a lot of we know trading can be complicated, and this software can certainly be complicated, so we want to make sure that there's a lot of time that we have in order to help you guys out. I can look to see some Holly alerts for sure. They would obviously be older, so what time is better for go-no-go stocks? Again, that's going to depend on your time frame of trading. If you want to be a very fast scalper, then you can use 1 minute. If you want to be somewhere in the middle, I would say 5 to 15 minutes. If you want to be a swing trader, you'd be looking at daily charts. it's all about how long you want to hold. It's all about what your time frame is. Barry, if it helps, who is a day trader, which I am not, he focuses on and settled on 3 minutes as his time frame. So, if you want to take from a pro, right, someone who's doing this very well for himself, then I would say 3 minutes kind of makes sense. So here's just some of the trades. Looks like overall profitable day. Long this LASE is it gapped up. Long this NWTX is it pulled back. Long this CNTA, that one looks like it was a loser. It was trying to see if that gap up would continue. Long this CVGW on a high volatility gap up, that one's doing okay. And then one short in ALLY, so this one gapped down, and it looked like it was trying to short this under 34, and that looks like that's continuing there. But yeah, so time frame would really depend on what it is that you're trying to do. I would defer to Barry on this one, who obviously is a day trader where I am not, and he focused on that 3 minute chart. He found that the 5 minute, again for his time frame, was a little bit too slow in changing. And then I think if you went deeper than that, he said it changed a little bit too fast. So that's what he decided. So I'd kind of go with him, right? Seems to just follow the bars from normal bars on shorter time frames. It has nothing to do with volume. GoNoGo has no volume aspect or any part of its calculation at all. They're all trend following indicators that comprise GoNoGo. Barry was the one in before. He runs the room most of the day, all day. Just takes lunch break, and during that lunch break, we open it up to some live Q&A. So someone else a different person comes in every day just to help with question and answer when it comes to the trading software as a whole. So he'll be back at the top of the hour to talk about more day trading stuff. Again, as somebody who is a day trader. For me, I'm more in the swing time frame, the longer term time frame. Probably I'd say longest term that we can go. It seems to just follow the bars from the normal candle bars on shorter time frames. I'm not too sure what you mean there. Again, GoNoGo is just using in the background. It's ranking the stocks. Basically, think of it as a system of if XYZ indicator that's you would recognize. We obviously can't tell you because it's the creator's proprietary property, but you would recognize all the indicators from it. But the idea is that if indicator A is bullish, then give it 1 point. If indicator 2 is bullish, give it 2 points. If indicator 3 is bullish, give it 3 points. And then just colors them based off of how many of those indicators are pointing positive versus how many of those indicators are pointing negative, right? So it doesn't have anything to do with candles, right? It doesn't have to do with whether the candle is positive or negative or opened or not. It just has to do with how many of these indicators in the background are being calculated positive or negatively. So, of course, as it moves higher, more of those things are going to turn on. And as it moves lower, more of them will turn off, because that's just the nature of trend following and trend following indicators. The thing that you need to know with trend following is you will always be late on the way in and you will always be late on the way out. But that's not the mission nor the goal, right? The goal of trend following is to never be the first guy in and the first guy out. That's what revision to the mean players do. That's what trend faders, pullback traders, that kind of thing. And for that, a different indicator set would make more sense. Trend followers, the idea behind trend following and the reason people gravitate to trend following is just to say, I don't care if I'm at the top and I don't care if I'm at the bottom. What I'm going to try to do, as it's commonly referred to, is kind of get the meat of the middle of the move. I don't need to get the absolute high and I don't need to get the absolute low. I'm totally okay with getting that middle bit, right? So, UNG, for example, I bought a little bit here today on a YouTube video that just went up on this very channel. If you want to check it out, where I'm doing some paper trading with this trade wave indicator. And yeah, the idea from here is going to be similar to Go No Go, where I'm not trying to figure out where UNG is going to top. I'm just saying, hey, at this point right here, it's saying the trend is now turned lower, and the trend doesn't turn back higher until this area. So I don't need to get it short from 21 and then figure out how to cover at 1250. I'm okay with shorting it, say 17 and then covering it at 14, because that's just the more, I don't want to say reliable, but it's the more the easier part of the trend to get, right? Is that meat in the middle. Very famous quote by who is the reminiscence of the stock operator guy? Jesse Livermore. Jeez, getting old. And he always said that the bottom 20% and the top 20% are the hardest part of the trend. It's that meat in the middle. That's the easiest part of the trend to capture. That's the easiest trade to make. Is how do you get that middle bit? And that's basically what we're looking for with that, and that's basically what we're looking for with Go No Go, right? So if we go to a daily chart here, because again, that's more or less where I study. We can do strategy, and we can go No Go. We can do go strategy, Go No Go, and then go strengthening. So these are going to be stocks that on the daily chart had a couple light blue bars and now have a dark blue one. Stocks that were pulling back or resting a little bit, not too much, and now look like are breaking out into a new trend. This is one of my favorites when it comes to using Go No Go from the daily time frame, because again, I don't care that I didn't buy UAL at 37. If it's going to go from 47 to 57, I'm okay with just getting that chunk in the middle. Same with, you can see I have, this is a TI Strength, a scanner that's a relative strength system, and a lot of these, you'll notice, have already made a pretty sizable move before they even showed up on the system. But again, that's the trend following nature. It's going to be different if you're, again, a pullback trader or a revision to the mean trader, or if you just have different strategies for each one. They're all going to be looking to get different things, and they're going to make profits and losses on different environments. But it looks like with the SPY here, yeah, see, not a lot is happening. This trend following indicator did a sell on this bar right here, and sold lower, and now it's bouncing up, and I don't know, maybe it's going to look to continue here. But so far, we're just kind of trapped in a range. I think we have CPI tomorrow and PPI on Thursday. I do believe Forex Factory. Yes, so we do have CPI tomorrow. And then we do have PPI the following day. So that would make sense why we saw yesterday and today this round range bound. That makes perfect sense. You know, you've got two big economic numbers coming out. You had a big day on Friday. So again, it's not too shocking that you get these kind of intermediate do nothing type of days. For me as a swing trader, those days just kind of mean, hey, it's time to relax. Time to relax, time to lean on revision to the mean systems a little bit more. Focus on that side of the market. Focus a little bit less on trend following type setups for the long term until, I see something one way or another that that's going to kind of say, hey, Michael, take notice. But really, there is not a lot else going on here at all. Certainly not the end of the world. Having a couple slow days allows you to work on other projects and other things. But, if you're someone who struggles with over trading, then it could be a problem as well, right? How long are my swings on average? Some setups I have last about a week, and some I have last multiple months. It just all depends. Depends on, really, and this is a lot of the focus, is that you want the winning trades to be over in a long period of time, and then you want the losing trades to be over fairly quickly. So UNG, for example, right? I let the market figure it out, right? Bought a little bit of UNG today, just looking to see if we're going to break back above this resistance point here at $14. I took UNG back here at the same $14 around this area, and that was, we could see, it was this candle right here, I remember, or this one of these two, but let's just say beginning of May, and I got out right here, I remember, at the end of May. So this would have been about a month. So I would say anywhere from 2 weeks to a month would be a good average. But yeah, some going as little as a couple days, some things going as longer as multiple months. NVIDIA is kind of a perfect example of one thing that I held for a very long time. When it broke out of this, was it this area? No, it wasn't that. It was, I can't remember. I am getting old. I would have to go to my, no, it would have been, yes, it would have been right here. So it would have been on this day I bought NVIDIA, and then I held that. So that would have been end of May, and that would have gone till almost July. So that would have been 2 months. So certainly can happen. Longer term trades. But then, so say go back to UNG. If UNG Not ING, UNG. If UNG tomorrow just kind of crashed down below this low, well, then I'm out. Right? So that could have been, I could be out in less than a day if things just don't work out for me. Which again, can and will and does happen. Yeah, no problem. And as always, right, we are here to help out with trade ideas and helping you guys with the software. If there is any problems with, you can't do this or you can't figure out that, certainly you can ask us here. You can email info@trade-ideas.com. That's a great one as well. You can also, very soon, you'll be able to interact with our AI, which I am super pumped about. I've been helping in the background build out this AI. We've been training it on the software, teaching it how to use the software, having it read all of our help and support docs. We've been training it personally, so right, asking it questions. It's gone through pretty much every question that any user has ever asked us. So, right, just think about the thousands and thousands of emails we've received throughout the year. We've trained it on a scrubbed and obviously anonymized version of all that data. So it's learned from every live chat and every email correspondence and everything. And we've just been training this AI. So very soon it's going to be right on our main website, where you can just go, and if you have a question about trading, you can just pop and ask that and get a quick answer. It is it's great. It's really, really smart. Which is fantastic, because one of those things that the more in which we do with AI, the better, because we're learning internally on the right levers to pull and things to push, and getting smarter internally on how to build these large language models, which are a little different from the Holly systems that we built, which are more not large language, because we don't need Holly to talk. We just need Holly to be able to ingest copious amounts of trading data and output what it thinks a seasoned trader would do in any kind of experience. The yeah, these large language models are certainly very, very interesting, and all the things that we can do. So really, as I look through the market here, not a lot going on at all. And again, we here for another hour or another half hour. So make sure you ask questions as you have them. And in the meantime, let's do some scanning. This is a scan that I'm playing with a little bit. That's looking at microcaps. I watched a really interesting podcast. I forget, it was either The Compound or something similar, where they had a gentleman who that's all he did. He invested in these, not trading them, not day trading them, but invested in these microcaps, and talked about how he felt that this was an edge that retail traders and retail investors actually had over institutional players, for the sole purpose that, generally speaking, institutions can't buy companies that are, say $150 million or less in market cap, right? Because how are they going to buy, if I'm a large bank or a hedge fund or something like that, having $100 million in market cap is, there's no money for me to be made playing something that is that small, right? Because what am I going to do? Buy $100,000 worth? It's not going to move. So what I started to do is I started to just build this scan. That's just looking for a sub, I think $150 million in market cap, and then looking to see if I could trade them purely technically, knowing that they're going to move based off company fundamentals, but I don't know or care about or really think there's much predictive power in company fundamentals. So it's more of a, can I do this? And can I do this based off of just looking at the chart? Part of the issue is you're not going to have a lot of volume in some of these names, right? So really, at the end of the day, it just comes up with this list. And what I'm looking for is stuff that doesn't look like this MAXM. I don't want these to be microcaps because they were once small caps and fell 90%. I want stocks that are microcaps but growing, right? So I think some of the filters I have in here is just show me microcaps that are making money, that have positive EPS, and they're growing their EPS. That's the main requirement behind these things, is that they have to be making money, and they have to be growing the amount of money that they're making, and then I'm interested. Before then, I'm not not interested at all, because if you're not making money, then you're going to become a microcap the wrong way. AMC is on its way to becoming a microcap, but not something that I'd want to invest in, because it's going to become a microcap the other way, where it was a large company and now it's becoming a small company. And same, eventually, I think GME will be a microcap or bankrupt, and again, the wrong way, not the way that I am interested in having them trade at all. So that's my idea behind potential ways. Now, these would be much longer term trades. These would be actually companies that I would take a look and see what it is they do, and kind of take trades based off of that. So again, more of a pet project, a retirement account. Take a inconsequential amount of money. Look for companies that may be completely ignored by the market that are making money, and that revenue, or that those earnings are growing. And then from there, look to get involved as they move higher, as people start to take notice, right? And I could even do rev. So maybe I filtered further and say not only do earnings need to be growing, but I also want revenue to be growing. I guess I settled on 200 million as a market. So now I have a list, very simply, that is, right, showing me all microcap companies. I'll probably look at this on, say, like a weekly time frame. Because I'm not gonna scalp these things, and just say, hey, right, show me stuff that on this particular time frame is doing okay technically, and also doing okay fundamentally, as much as I can control and care about fundamentals, and then go from there. So just a cool way just to remind that there are multiple ways to use trade ideas for multiple time frames. You can day trade with it, you can swing trade with it, you can invest with it. Just you can do stuff like I'm doing here, which is a bit unusual for some, but I think is an interesting way to utilize the system. So I think you could build a system around just looking at these day trading type, or sorry, these small cap systems, and kind of going from there. Yeah, and the cool thing about it is you can just go right over here, and then you can start to read, what does this company do? Owning acquisition LNG carriers, so natural gas freight company out of Athens, Greece. So you take a look at that and you say, okay, right, I don't think that would be a potential crazy growth thing. SOL, component computer manufacturing, right? You can see all the information you need to see here. You can read everything that you want to read here. You can click on this guy and you can open up their website if you wanted to read about power, right? So they're looking at, this is obviously a solar company. Solar has just been getting obliterated. You can also go through and check competitors and do all that. So nice, just, building a little research platform to, I should probably include, like pinks and stuff. If I'm trading stuff that small, I probably should. Yeah, so that's kind of stuff that might be interesting for a scalp. And then, you have to understand the incredibly low volume that a lot of these things will get. We're talking 30,000 shares done today on this name. So if you're going to trade these, you got to be really, really careful. UEC yesterday, I believe, actually had just someone's talking about uranium names. Yesterday, I believe it was, had some insider purchases in UEC. So that's something that I'm going to keep a little bit of an eye on. Data, Roma, let me look here. The cool thing about all this stuff is it's all publicly available insider buys and sells on the 6. Yeah. Let's go here. These aren't substantial, but they're something. If we go So we have the executive vice president and the president and CEO on the 6th purchasing a lot. Not a huge amount. 60,000. So that's 100. That's around 200. Well, I guess they're kind of all right here. So $300,000 worth. Nothing insane, but interesting. And then if you take UEC and then you kind of look at where it is right here, where it bottomed. I think I did a tweet yesterday about this. This $4 area is very interesting here. So broke out of $4, and last time broke out of $4, it went to $8, which was awesome. I was involved in some of this. And then ever since then, pretty much all year, uranium has been a bit out of favor. So I haven't really been playing uranium too much. I think I took a couple shots at it earlier in the year, and that didn't work out too well for me. So I've been kind of ignoring uranium. And then it comes back down, and it's right at that $4. Put a nice little bounce once, and now it's sitting there again. So, if you were inclined, to take those trades, then I think this $4 area is a logical one anyway to lean against. Where at least I'm generally not one for buying on the way down like this, but the benefit of when you buy something that's very strong, like UEC has been on the way down, is that you're not guessing, right? You're buying UEC. You're not buying something as it's tanking, saying, "Oh, I hope it turns here." You're buying it because you have this predetermined level of about $4, and you very easily know if we break $4 and get a weekly close or any sort of substantial move below $4, time to go. If it's above $4, maybe it's a place to take a shot. So if I was going to play uranium right now, which I don't think I'm going to, I think I'm going to watch this for a little bit. That would be my very basic play on uranium. Long over 4. Stop under 4. If something happens for uranium and we get a move back to 8, great, right? What else do you want? That's a nice substantial gain on, a few of those. A year is an amazing trade, right? And then URA, right? You can see this is just the uranium ETF. You can see how close UEC is tracking this, right? And is going to, if you are someone who is mining uranium, obviously uranium is going to be the biggest the biggest component of your business, because if uranium goes up in value, then you can sell uranium for much more. If it goes down in value, obviously the amount you'll get for uranium is much less. Same as gold miners or Bitcoin miners, anything like that. If you create an asset, the most important part is the value of that asset that you create. So one ETF that's interesting, you can see it right here, that I think is worthwhile noting is NLR. So this is an ETF that is uranium and nuclear kind of denoted. So it's going to have a lot of these things in them. So NLR ETF holdings. You can always Google this for anything. Right? It's part of the thing. They have to tell you what's in it by law. Public Services Enterprise Group, Constellation Energy, Cameco, right? A lot of these are just going to be different nuclear type names. Because the idea behind it is, and the more of these ETFs that exist, the more interested I get in them. Anyone who follows me may have seen that for my discretionary trades, I do a lot of systematic, a lot of rules-based trading. And then for my discretionary side of things, I'm doing a lot more with ETFs, simply because so there's UEC is 4% of this. DDN that you mentioned, right? It's got some Hong Kong exposure. Triple U, right? It's got all these. The more that these ETFs exist, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a boomer. I like the way a lot of these things trade technically, and you are diversifying, I guess, for a better term, or removing business risk when you're trading these names, right? You're essentially saying, I am bullish on the space. So as opposed to trying to pick a winner in that space, which I don't think there's anything in the world wrong with, especially if there's clear relative strength you can see with one stock or another. But in times that there's not, or in things like uranium, which all kind of move together, I think it makes total sense to say, okay, well, just give me an ETF that's got a bunch of them in it, and I'll trade that, right? Because how much, and this is, I guess, from experience, how much would it suck if you're right on a theme, like you would just keep using uranium because we're just talking about it, but you were right on a theme of uranium, but you were wrong on the stock that you pick. So you pick UEC, and then the CEO of UEC is indicted for fraud or something awful. But you were right, and uranium, the theme of nuclear is doing fantastic. So your research was correct. You just backed the wrong horse. So this is a better way to kind of play the field of, I'm going to just keep an eye on these ETFs as a whole, and it's a good way to play not only the asset price of uranium, but also to play all of the uranium miners and the nuclear guys. I think even things like SMR and NEE are in here as well. I thought I read, SMR is in there. I thought that NNE was in there as well, but maybe not. Yeah, as opposed to going, right, NNE was this crazy nuclear, like small nuclear play that went from IPO'd at $4 and went up to 40. and then it's all the way back down. So instead of trying to play something like this, and even SMR, which I got a great trade out of at 6, and I got out, I think on the way back down at like 12, so I ended up making a double when it failed at this prior high. But if I just went NLR, you're capping the return in some degree. Right? If you took this breakout at 60 and it went to 90, that's still a great, amazing trade. So you're capping the return, and instead you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm not getting that scenario that I talked about where I'm right on the theme and the play, but then I'm wrong on the asset. And there's nothing wrong with doing both or multiple, right? So say you have a uranium, you have an uranium bias. You are bullish uranium, and you are bullish something like an SMR, which is the small nuclear reactor guy. Nothing wrong with saying, okay, well, I will take SMR, and maybe instead of taking 100% of your position in SMR, you're taking 60 or 70% of your position in SMR, or even just half. You want to make it simple. And then you're using something like an NLR, which is adding to your SMR position because they hold that. But you're just on top of that saying, I want to make sure that if I'm right about nuclear doing well, but I'm not right about SMR, then I still do okay, right? So it's an interesting way to look at it. One kind of way would be, imagine, right, you bought SMCI up here before it gets well over cut in half. Or I guess a better example here would be, imagine if you thought that AI would do amazing, and you you knew that chips would be a big part of AI doing amazing, but unfortunately you bought NVIDIA. Like, just imagine just how mad you would be if you predict the whole AI thing and you're in NVIDIA. Right? That would be, or sorry, you're in Intel, and and your buddy's in NVIDIA, right? And he is driving a Porsche, and you're looking to eat. You're having a hard time eating. So yeah, it's right, just to make sure, hey, I want to make sure that I don't get stuck in this. I'm going to maybe buy my Intel, if that was your idea, but then I'm also going to buy some SMH. And then at least you would have gotten a nice move out of SMH as a way to kind of play the field, right? right. So I'm not seeing really any themes here at all come through in my scanning. A lot of utility type names. We have gold. We have bonds. And then I guess if we go with like the Qs, they're still up. SMH is down a bit. So maybe a bit of a stretch, but maybe you could say we are in a risk off mode with seeing some of that. I don't know if that's the case. SPY is down, but we're bouncing here. SMMT seems to be doing okay. Yeah, it's just not a whole lot going on, and it's one of those times that you don't want to, in my opinion, you don't want to swing too far for the fences, because you know that there is that, like we mentioned, there's that CPI and then there's that PPI coming out tomorrow. So the question is more how much is the market waiting for those events over anything else, and will it just be this choppy mess until then? Now, all of this goes out the window if you're trading the low float, crazy thing du jour that's gonna quintuple in price and then go to zero 2 days later or later today. That stuff always has a mind of its own. I just, through experience, know that I'm not very good at that, right? It's not the area in which I thrive, so I'm just not gonna play those. It's a very important part of trading, is to kind of know where know yourself, know where your skills and your talents and all of that reside, and make sure that you're focusing on doing more of what works for you and doing less on what you see other people do, which is something that took me a while when I came back to trading. So I traded for a long time at the prop firms, and then after that I worked at hedge funds for a period of time, and then I came back to trading after my hedge fund days, and thought, oh, well, I will just, I'll just keep going like I was when I was trading in the prop firms, realizing that I had changed and the market environments had changed, and took me a while to kind of refine my own style. And so I spent a lot of time doing what people do a lot, and yeah, trying to emulate other people that you see that are doing well in the market, and just saying, well, if I can just do what XYZ person does, then I'll make money and everything will be great. Barry.
Who knew that when I would enter this room, somebody would be spouting Socrates? Know thyself.
Know thyself.
Know thyself. Yeah.
The most important part of the whole thing.
I'm in this Verdun. Well, it's not Verdun. It's I don't even know what's called. Viridian, VRDN. Took it on a 17 break, about the third 17 break. It finally took it out. And yeah, VRDN, Viridian Therapeutics. And of course, you know why I'm doing it, Michael.
VRDN. Yeah, I was actually loading that up.
Because you got to look left. You got to look left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the big break of that.
Lots of room. Lots of room.
Well, yeah, you got all the way to, what, 18 and a half?
Yeah, exactly. Almost. Exactly. So we're talking about this one all day, but I kept missing it as it was going up. Then on my break, I was on my break and I watched at 17. I said, you know what? Do it. Just freaking do it.
Well,
so far it's been good.
What's that pre-market craziness with this thing?
Yeah, well,
it dipped all the way to 10 in the pre-market.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, I don't know about that. I see what you're saying. That little bottoming tail. I don't know if that was true.
Yeah, there's a fair amount, like 50,000 shares went off.
Mm-hmm. I don't really recall. Well, then it must have popped immediately back up because I don't really recall it.
Oh no,
I've got it on my
things.
list as something that gapped up, and I don't really recall seeing that. So, but
Yeah, it's saying
anyway,
700 shares. Never mind. It's saying
yeah.
seven. Yeah, so that's probably just a dark pool print or one of those weird guys.
Hmm. All right, my friend. Well, I'll let you go now. It is 12:58, so I'll take over now. And
Sounds good.
thanks again for spelling me. And talk to you next week.
Yeah, and as always, right? Ping me with feedback
Yep.
on the new scan, and thump it around for a couple days, and let me
Hmm.
know what you think and what you want changed, and we'll do those updates.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, later.
All right, guys. Let me get my screen. Take over the screen. There we are. So that's me now. And back in the main room. And only one thing to do now is to get my music going. All right, guys, got everything going. Now, I just told Michael that I've traded out of some of this, well, most of it actually. I don't have a great feeling for this VRDN, other than the fact that it has a lot of room looking left. But we were talking about this one all day. While I was on my break, right at 12:30, it got to 17 again. Took it just a little bit above 17. I think it was like, and I was almost got stopped out. It almost broke down where I was going to get out, but I was able to hold on. I did not hit my stop. And so the VRDN done pretty well in it, got up to 1750, traded some out, and now we'll see what happens with it. Traded most of it out, to be honest. But it was all about looking left and look at the room it's got on the weekly chart, as we saw earlier today, 1840. So the 3-year note auction done. Okay, 1 o'clock. So yeah, so I guess sort of a bit of a non-event. And we have something at 2 o'clock also. So again, guys, I'm going to be taking off at about 2:15. Okay, I have something I must do. So I'm going to be taking off at about 2:15. But never fear, William will be keeping the room open until 4 o'clock, he said. What was my stop? It was going to be about 1695 or so. I got in just on that candle there, just over 17. And so the previous low, I almost thought maybe 1686, but I wanted to put a tighter stop. Luckily, it didn't get down there. Here's another one that finally, you see, these are afternoon guys, like noon. Nice trend now. Nice trend. You're starting to see some better trending stocks now. There's GH. What I would have loved to have seen earlier on in the day with a lot of them. Okay, let's take a look at. I think Chewy had a bit of a run. It might have had a bit of a run. Yeah, not really. I mean, look at this big pullback. It's running now, but it's too choppy for me. It's for me too choppy. Is this the news that you're talking about, William? Ally Financial shares are trading lower after the company CFO noted intensifying credit challenges among the borrowers at a conference. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Oh, little pop here for VRDN. Love to see it get through 1750. I don't have much left, but I have enough that it gets close to that 18. I'll be happy. Saw this one earlier, guys. BYON. And wow, it just kept moving and moving and moving. BYON, next high looking left, and did not take this one, but we'll talk about this. 1131 is the next high looking left, so it's getting a little bit closer. When we saw this one, though, it was around 1050 for the BYON. Well, guys, again, I'm not seeing too much. How about the Elan? I don't think I've seen Elan today. ELAN. Another one that there's at 1433, and the next low looking left is not that far underneath. 1420. Looks a lot better if you're shorting on a weekly chart, though. 1278 is the next low on a weekly chart. BLMZ, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Ah, the Summit. Summit, I think, is now has to be over 20 again, right? Yeah, Summit is over 20 again. I mean, it's been a choppy one. I mean, look what it got to. It got down to 1771. Looked like that was it. It's come all the way back. Had big news yesterday. It was a cancer, something to do with cancer. Better drug than Merck's. That's what they came out with, or that's what they said. Reported data from a late stage study that showed that its drug beat Keytruda, which I guess is Merck's drug, as a first line treatment option in patients with advanced non small cell lung cancer. So That was the big news for SMMT yesterday. Okay, guys. I'm not seeing. Well, I'm seeing. I mean, the summit looked interesting. I mean, but it's to me, it's just for me, it's too extended now. Um, I was waiting on the VRDN to see if it can take out 1750. DJT is starting to fade now somewhat. And what did it hit? A high of 20. So it's down to 19. Getting that purple right there. Aha! There's a little bit of short covering at Interactive Brokers now. 7,400 shares available. So there's been some short covering now at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, of course. Last time I looked, there were no shares available. So this financial did not get affected by anything today. EVBN, not very much volume. 195,000 shares. That is 44 times normal. What's the float for UBXG? Haven't seen that one. UBXG. Well, my guess is nothing. Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. 215,000 shares. Oh, the float. I'm sorry. We have 15.4 million. I'm surprised there are shares available to short. So, okay, so draw says three. Oh, no, wrong one. So our provider says 15.4 million for float for UBXG. Come on, VRDN. 1747, 1750 on the bid ask. Yeah, I see Summit right now, 2090, 2103 now. All right, Viridian. Well, let's keep putting little price alerts above. we've quite a disconnect in the market today. I mean, the Dow stocks, the so-called value stocks are down 210. NASA is up though 55. SPY it just went positive now. SPY just went positive on this move. Well, this has been a choppy one, this ASO, but making new highs now, or not? Sorry, it's not making a new high. New high of the day is around 55.63. Sorry, 56.53. Okay, guys, 116. So I have about an hour left. So what I'm going to do, just go over my homepage one last time. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So as always, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription. Barry 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, use my code, whatever the code is when you go to my homepage, it changes, can change. Use it. It'll really help to keep this room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. The company likes to see that to keep the room free. Let's do the get started. 10 short videos to get you going. Now your download and install. First startup and login. 10 short videos, important introduction to scans. Top lists and alert windows, the two key ingredients of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is for you. A series of videos. If you're in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, Michael Noss is the person who put all this together. All free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How is eBay doing right now? Last time I looked, it was right around $60. Yeah, just couldn't get through it really. I mean, look at this weekly chart. I mean, look at all the action right at 60. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And at last, here are my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down the middle section. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Here are the two that I'm displaying, the large cap gainers right here, and the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Okay, these two I'm displaying. I have another one, I'm displaying it, but I'm sharing it. This is the large cap losers. This is relative strength leaders over here. Momentum momentum scan is on my other monitor, but there it is. You can have it. Pulse resumes is right here. Very inactive today and yesterday. And the upside movers versus downside movers right here. This is a compare count window. It's just a different presentation of our data. A typical crawl down here. These are all real time. So since the start of the day, 56% of the stocks have been green versus 44% have been red. So kind of a 50-50 day. And this little graph here, which I don't really pay that much attention to, but this gives you the frequency of the trades of the alerts, and I guess the color. So zero point 0.3 right there, zero point 0.3 alerts per second. Boy, how far down has Axel fell? AXL. I mean, I remember this one when it was, well, a lot higher. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. I thought it was a lot higher. All right, overdone. There we go. Yeah, I remember when it was $25. Yeah, for $25, I do remember this one. It was a few months ago, of course. So I play this game. I just keep putting price alerts above the current price of anything that I'm in, and of course it drives it up. And I'm kidding, of course, but just a little game. So this is maybe interesting. Not very much volume though, only 250,000 shares. So, oh man, guys, this is turning into a lot better. I wish I kept my full position, but all right, maybe we should be keeping an eye on turn. Okay, it just got over 11 again. It got up to 11:33. It pulled back to the not quite the VWAP. The VWAP is at 10:55, so it didn't pull into it that much. It got down to 10:89. So if it takes out 11 again in a big way with some volume, right now the volume is just tapered off. If it can maintain 11 and get some volume coming in, remember where this could go on a monthly chart. That's right. That's the one that has up to 13. 1303, I think it was. Yeah, 1303 on the monthly chart is the next high on the monthly chart for TERN. OCCI. I don't think I've seen that one ever. OCCI. Is it Occidental or something? Or OFS Credit. Never heard of this one. Yeah, top here. You're right. Lots of volume coming in. Lots of volume. 137,000. Lots of volume. Yeah, it's all in this. Like more than half of it is right here. Well, not quite half of it. It's traded 300,000. But on this 3-minute candle, there's 122,000. So over a third of the volume of today is in this 3-minute candle, 3-minute bar. It just stopped. It's not like it's trading. It's not halted that I can see, but it just stuck right here at 54.55. Even if I wanted to short it, which I could, I don't see enough room. 54 down to, it looks like there's some support about 10 cents away. So that wouldn't be enough room for me. All right, guys, DJT is getting a little more serious now on the downside. Breaking down through 19. Lots of red here now. And those 7,500 shares that were available, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, they're gone now at Interactive Brokers. They've been, snapped up. Probably would have taken a shot at this one. Okay, guys, out of the VRDN now, completely out of it. As it pulled back from the 1770. So see, the problem I have with the large cap gainers from the start of the race later on in the day, I just see too much choppy actions. When I click on an alert, I'm not seeing anything that is really that I want to trade. Down here, these are stocks making highs of the day, so they suit my eye better. It doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, of course, just pile in, but they suit my eye better rather than something that has just been chopping around. Yeah, that's a big move. 21.44, dropping a dollar. All right, guys. Well, take a look at LI. Let's see if it's doing anything that might interest us. Well, for the SPY to be really bullish, it would be to take this orange and turn it into, well, immediate light blue, but even mid, maybe a cyan and then blue. Let's see what happens here. Right now, if you're following along with what Go No Go is all about, orange means basically don't take the trade at all. You don't see an advantage one way or the other, going long or short. Look at Summit right back up. 2038 pops 40 cents just like that. Now you wonder, the stock, well, of course, the news was yesterday, so the stock was around a $13 stock last week. So you wonder if they're going to spring a financing. I don't know what the situation is cash wise, but most of these bios, starving for cash. And so if they get a pop like this, you have to be aware that they could do a financing. This is just for those of you who might be looking to swing it. Okay, your favorite stock, shot. That's my next buy to poison myself. Speaking of which, now I've just sipped it all day. Tropical Vibe from Celsius. It's just been a little sip. At this time yesterday, I already finished. Well, not this time. I had already drunk the whole thing 2 hours ago. Whoa. Okay, guys. Interesting. There has been a lot more short covering with DJ. Come on, where is it? DJT. There are 100,000 shares available now at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. A lot of short covering has taken place at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for IB. 1777 is the low of the day. Little sell flag up here, and coinciding with that downward move right around 1928 on that sell flag right there. FBLG guy is making another new high here. And again, it got right into that 373. The high is 363. So it got very close to that high in the daily within a dime. And it's getting closer and closer. 370. 370 is the high. So it's within 8 cents of that high right there. Takes that out. The next high is almost 4. And that is for FBLG. Is there news on this one? Another one just presenting at Wainwright's 26th. Another one of these ones that are just presenting at investment conferences. And it's between the 9th and the 11th. So my guess is, no, it says they presented yesterday. Okay, on the 9th. Now you can usually tell based on when they're presenting about how, where the presenters are putting some of these companies. So these guys were presenting at Yawn, 7 a.m. in the morning. All right, guys, this QH is now trying to get through a dollar again. This has been a real all over. Well, you look at a 15-minute chart, and it's definitely a different picture. The trend has been up, 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 up. So this QH, and it's only up 198%. I think I heard Michael talk about uranium stocks in the YouTube room. So this is an earnings play, actually. UROY is an earnings play. 206 is the next high. 20, to me, just not enough room. Okay, so I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to this scan here. There's nothing. Well, there's one right now. Okay, this is the neutral and waiting. This is the new scan that Michael created for the for Go No Go. Okay, you can find it in. Go to the click on new. You have to have Go No Go, of course, but click on new and then Market Explorer, and then the Market Explorer window will pop up. Right click on it, select strategy will pop up. Move down, and here are the two intraday scans: the Go Momo, which I've been looking at, and then this one, the neutral and waiting. So I am going to. He wants me to pay a little bit of attention to that, and I think what I'll do, depends. So there's ASNS. So I believe the scan has to have a minimum. I wonder why this is showing up. I think he said three. It has to have at least three orange bars. So if I can see the direction that it's going before the orange bars, I may take the long early. Or if it was moving down and then we're getting the orange bars, I may take the short early. I think that's the idea. So for instance, I saw this one up here. It hasn't moved much though, but it was, at 120, 120, at 119.99. I mean, it hasn't moved much. But this would have been one where you're looking at this and you see the trend is down. It's sort of basing. And so you sort of say, okay, let's take the trade, anticipating that it's going to keep moving down. I don't know if you guys are here, but a little lawnmower action outside my window. Really, no noise. Amazing. Right outside my window. And I have no noise canceling on. Maybe you're just hard of hearing, PJ. You are getting up there, you know. Okay, guys. So as I say, I've got a little over half an hour left. So if you've got some questions, fire away. FBLG keeps making new highs here. FBLG keeps making new highs, and it's right at that high. Well, a little bit above now, 370. No. Okay, I'm just going to say it the easy way. Veronica. No, no, no. TradeIt is a scanner. You can use TradeIt with any trading, any brokerage you want. Okay. Now I have interactive brokers also. What's nice about TradeIt and interactive brokers is that you can establish a link so that when I click on a symbol, if I click on turn right now, okay, if you can see my screen, click on any symbol, no matter where it is, it automatically loads into the order entry in interactive brokers. We establish a link called an external linking, and see I've got this link with interactive brokers. So, and then I trade from within IB. So I don't trade. There is a way in which I could trade on the on the Trade Ideas platform. I don't. It's called Brokers Plus. I don't. I've had interactive brokers for so many years that for me it's just as simple to click on the alert and then I trade from within. I just don't see a major advantage of using Brokers Plus. But yeah, that's it's just a huge time saver. You know, if you're like me, well, I am of course clicking on many symbols all day long. So it would be a hassle if I saw something and I say, wow, okay, well, let's take a look at it, but I'd have to type the symbol in. But no, external link, boom, it's in immediately. And then you trade it if you want from your platform. This is really insane, you know. There's now more and more shorts available, 126,000 available at Interactive Brokers for DJT. Most of the day there were none. So also we do have what I call the main room. Okay, you're in our YouTube room. Nothing wrong with being in YouTube, but if you want to have a little more action, there's more activity in the other room. Okay, this is anybody who's in YouTube. All you have to do is click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link, and then when you do that, right at the very top here, trading room. Okay, so there is another trading room. There are more traders in there, and there's more activity. And that's, again, I'll be leaving at 2:15 today. And so when I have to shut down YouTube at 2:15, but the other room will be open until 4. Nobody will be talking and there's no screen sharing, but there's still a lot of people in the room and you can keep on chatting about stocks. Well, Jackie, you could look at it a couple of ways. I mean, there's no hard answer to that. But if there are no shorts available, well, and again, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, of course. Like you'll hear people say, well, there are shorts available at my broker, and I don't count Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. I mean, those three really specialize in having shorts all the time for virtually anything. Okay, so if there are no shorts available, then you can look at it this way. Well, there's no downward pressure being put on the stock by people with the ability to short the stock. You could look at it that way. And then if there are a lot of shorts available, you could look at it, well, if people want to short, then they can, and that could put some downward pressure on the stock. You could look at it like that. I tend to look at it just the opposite of what you're saying. If there are no shorts available, then well, there's I mean, there's all sorts of reasons, of course, why the stock could go down, profit taking or whatever. But again, you're not having to worry about a whole mess of shorts being piling into the stock, trying to drive it down. But again, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, with PJ, I mean, I don't look at that as the be all and the end all. I don't go long something because there are no shorts available, or I don't go short something because there are a ton of shorts. It's just something I keep an eye on, but it doesn't dictate me really. I'm more interested if I want to go short, obviously, if there are shorts available. I mean, you could really start to second guess yourself too, because I'm talking about the DJT, okay, as an example. So it goes from 7,000 shorts available Interactive Brokers, basically all day, hardly any, and then all of a sudden there were 7,000, and then they were gone, and then all of a sudden there's 100,000 available. So you're thinking to yourself, well, what do these people know that are covering? Why are they covering? Okay, now they're 121,000. Why are they covering? Do they think it's going to go up? They're. I mean, that's another. But you can drive yourself crazy, really trying to second guess yourself on all of this. Okay, guys, I'm trying this one. I'm trying this idea. There's a stock that's in an uptrend. We're seeing it. It'll drop off very soon. Okay, this is like a top list. It'll drop off after 30 seconds. So there's our ally. There's what it's looking for. I think at least three orange bars in a row. There's an uptrend. So I believe me, I haven't gone wild on it. I'm just going to try this on the long side. And see how it dropped off because now the three bars are gone or not gone, but well, yeah, they're gone. It's not three bars anymore. Three orange bars. So it's looking for three orange bars with other things. It has to have a high relative volume. And again, I'm not considering that this is going to really rip or anything like that. In fact, I probably should take it off right now. I'm just testing this idea from this scan here. Really, it's a top list window. Okay, nothing in it right now. So it's looking for any stock that has three orange bars minimum, minimum of three orange bars on a 3-minute chart and other things. I mean, it has to have, I think the relative volume probably has to be at least five. There'll be a price range. I think it probably has to trade at least a million shares. I'm just going to wait to see where the next one is. True enough, Shady. I wonder how quickly. I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, you can only short if they're short if there are long positions in theory. I wonder. I wonder how quickly the shorts become available if you take a long position. I mean, in theory, I mean, this day and age, you would think it'd be instantaneous, but I wonder how long it does take. Okay, so this was a fizzle today so far. So what I'm going to do though is put a price alert at the high of the day, and maybe tomorrow. This is a Singapore stock, I believe. So maybe tomorrow it'll have a bit of a run. This is an IPO for today, only 1.8 million at $5, so it's underneath the IPO price. So now what was the other one? The other one though, yeah, that really pulled back from 11 down to 650. But I will put a price alert. I got a price alert at 11. You never know. I don't mean today. I don't even mean tomorrow. I have no idea. Maybe it'll never happen. But these things can take a while. And sometimes when they take out the high of the first day, they can go on a run. So that was just quick. It was quick for me. Wanted to test, made about a nickel on it. I mean, no big deal, but I'm trying to test this to see if this makes at all any sense at all. Oh, here's Mavis. Right? Wow. The cheap ones I don't have a feel for at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna. The relative volume's only 2.5. Ask Michael about that. Okay, the only time I use news, okay, we in the pre-market, I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock. Okay, but of course you guys can always, I'm in the West Coast. You guys can get earlier than that. And the only reason I look at news is if I see some company like Summit yesterday, SMMT yesterday. Well, you could really somewhat predict that this was going to be an active stock all day long because of the news. Late stage cancer drug, seemingly beating the drug that Merck has. It's very eye catching. Okay. So yesterday, certainly with SMMT, very highly eye catching. And you think, okay, this is the sort of thing that can at least be active all day. And then you get some of these crazy little ones that put out news. They get some kind of a contract, $2 million contract. They never tell you over how long, could be 30 years. But the thing is that the news can be eye catching, and that's all we're looking for. Is the news eye catching up? I'm not trading on the news because I think, oh man, this is a great company now. I'm going to hold it. It's just that I try to make a bit of a determination whether or not I think the news is something that can at least sustain the interest for a while. And that's how a stock can go up, you know, well, 42%. I don't know. Well, the news, I mean, this is just a conference, but the QH I know had some news. I mean, there's only one way a stock can be up 188%. It had had some news. I mean, look at the volume, 249 million shares are traded. It's 2,284 times normal. So what William is talking about is SMMT. Okay, if its drug is in fact better than Keytruda, which is the drug from Merck, and that's a $1 billion drug. So if in fact it's better, well, that's a big. That to me was a combination for me, PJ. It's a combination, of course. But typically, if a stock has news, you're seeing it in the pre-market and it's moving. I mean, if SMMT doesn't have that news yesterday, it's not doing this, and it's not doing this. So, but it's a combination, of course, it's a combination. But I mean, if as William says, so when we look left on a monthly chart, wow, can't even. I think I had to go back to 2017. I think, and I didn't see anything. I think Chris actually went back to 2016 and found a high. Chris at Trade Ideas. I mean, I'm going back. There's 2011. I don't. Now that's the high he saw, 1855. So you know what? This is basically an all-time high. Okay, so that's important to me anyway. Now the issue with this is that with this big move, they could do a financing. To take advantage of the increase in price, do a financing at this higher level. A financing usually will cause the stock to be weak for a while anyway. But okay, let's take a look at AMD. I mean, look at the relative volume, zero point 0.7. I have no idea if it had news, okay? But most of the times that we see the stocks in the free market that are running on news, the relative volume is going to be through the roof. And that's if you're intraday trading like me, that's your number one goal. Find the stocks that are having tremendous relative volume days. This is pretty good. I mean, 138 to 142. A lot of times, and this is nothing I can do because I can't get up early enough. Again, 4 a.m. for me at 7 o'clock Eastern time. But you will see some of these little bios that you see just ripping on some crazy little news. I know there are people that take advantage of them early, and then they get out because they're just not going to be able. They will not sustain a move like that. Look at the market, guys. Look at this market coming right back. Wow. What a day. I mean, this is I've seen a day like this for a while. So there was a little buy flag right there. I don't trade the SPY, but if you've got this, if you've got the you don't need go no go. You just have to make sure on the chart, use browser interface, check that, click on the FX there, and then click on trade wave. And then give it a moment because it may not instantly show up, but you'll start to get these little buy flags and sell flags. And you must be on the latest beta, which is 0.95, okay? All right, guys, I've got about 10 minutes left, okay? So what I'm going to do right now for the YouTubers, well, you've got I put my homepage link in, put it again. Here's my homepage link again. So if you click on it and just find at the top, you'll see Trading Room. If you want to go over to the main room, it will be open until 4 o'clock Eastern time. I should be actually back by 3. Oh, I may even be able to do something in the last hour. Every 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Shady. Yeah, it sounds reasonable. I can't imagine that it'd be instantaneous because, yeah, I mean, in theory, if I bought and then I sold it a minute later, what happens? No, 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 I will not get on the mic unless I see something s oh, I see, okay. Unless I see something stupendous. Well, guys, I mean, the summit is making new highs after new highs. It's at the high of yesterday right now. Takes that out. I mean, 2150 is a high of yesterday. I mean, it could go. No bike ride. No, no, no bike ride. No, I've got something urgent I must take care of. I mean, guys, seriously, if this takes out yesterday's high with any volume, and I'm talking about the SMMT, remember, it has no resistance. Basically a lifetime high. Look at that 99.3%. I don't know. I guess I don't know how many years you have to go back, but basically a lifetime high. Well, I guess it's looking at the high yesterday. That, of course it is. That's what it's looking at. The high of yesterday, 2150. So that's why it's not. That's not why it's not 100%. Of course. And let's see how that changed to 100.1 because it just is over that high of yesterday now. And there it goes, guys. Took out yesterday's high and now starting to run. You can see it here. You can see it here. You can see it here. People ask a lot of times, well, how would I ever see this one? Well, lots of options to see it. Another one that's running again, guys, is DBRG over 12, I believe. Look at this move here. Wow. Lots of volume that came in. Now, again, look at that high looking left is 1210. If it takes that out, 1233. So I don't know why this is showing up here. This is in the news for DBRG. Switch in talks to explore an IPO at a $40 billion. I don't know what's got to do with DBRG. Oh, there we go. Funds affiliated, and an affiliate had acquired all outstanding common shares of Switch for 34.25. Okay, so that's why. So they're somehow looking to do an IPO at a $40 billion valuation. So there's news. Nope, Bjorn, no, we do not provide level two. As you know, you can get it from your broker. I mean, yeah, I doubt if we'll ever provide level two data. The question we get asked a lot, though, do we provide level two? And well, the answer is no. And I doubt if we'll ever provide it. I mean, I don't even know what it costs to get level two at a broker. I mean, does or a DJT, which I did not take. I think I pay. I'm not 100% sure because I've had the same package for 8 years at IB. I think I pay $10 a month for everything. I think, and I think that even goes down depending on how much I trade. There you go. L2 is free today, depending on your broker, I guess. So that's why we're never ever going to supply it. It's too common with all the brokers giving it out. Like that would just be another headache for us, I think. Okay, guys, I'm going to be heading out now. I got another couple of minutes, so if you have any questions, post right now. I've got another little over a minute left, so it'd have to be a pretty easily answered question. So again, one more time, I'll just put my homepage in the main room into YouTube. You click on it, and if you want to keep talking with other traders, just click on the trading room right up there. Okay. Okay. Might see you back in 45 minutes, depending if something incredible happens. But I got to take off now. So thanks for all the help, everybody. I'll be on the mic for sure tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down.